Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's Planning Committee meeting. My name is Councillor David Connor, and I am Chairman of the Planning Committee here at Fenland. Welcome to those members of the press and public who are joining via the live stream. Before we begin, please can I take this opportunity to remind everyone to turn their mobiles and computers to silent and ensure that when using the microphones, the red light is on and turned off when you have finished speaking. We'll now go to agenda item number 1. I'd like to ask member services with any apologies for absence. In this case, it's Elaine. Thank you.
We've had apologies from Councillor Gersner.
Thank you, Elaine. Item agenda number 2 is to confirm and sign the minutes of the meeting of the 11th of December 2024 and the 8th of January 2025. So we'll go to the 11th of December first. Can I have a proposer on that? Councillor Benny first. Proposing. Second is I'll take Councillor French. So can I have a proposal on those show of hands on that? So then thank you very much. So those minutes have been agreed. Then we'll go to the ones on the 8th of January. Can I have a proposer for that? Councillor Mifferden. Could I have a seconder? Councillor French. Okay. So could I have a proposer on that? Show of hands on those proposals? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So now we'll go to agenda item number 3, which is urgent items. There are none. So agenda item number 4 is declarations of interest. Member services will now go to each councillor in turn. And can you please state if you have anything to declare in relation to any agenda item on this afternoon? So over to you again, Elaine, please.
Councillor Benny.
Thank you very much, Elaine. Usual stuff. I'm a member of Chatteris Town Council, but I always leave the room when any planning matters are discussed there and take no part in voting or discussion. On item 6 this afternoon is an application from Morton Hall. I know Matthew Hall, he's done work for me previously, and I've also worked with him in my capacity as Town Councillor at Chatteris. He's done work for us there. Item 11 is an FTC application that falls under my portfolio, and therefore I will step back from that one. And item 7, the applicant's sister is Councillor Sam Clark, and I know Councillor Clark don't have that much interaction with her through my council work, and I don't socialise with her outside of work. But being an adult, I can make my own mind up, and I feel confident enough that I can look at this in a subjective manner. Thank you.
I think it's item number 8.
Sorry. It's my counting. I ran out of fingers. Sorry, item 8, not item 7. I wrote it down. Apologies there, Mr. Chairman.
No worries.
Councillor Connor.
Thank you, Elaine. I also, Sam Clark is the applicant's sister on agenda item number 8, and she's the council administration. But obviously, I have nothing to, other than anything to do with Councillor Clark other than on this administration, and obviously do not socialise her in any shape or form, and I'll keep an open mind on this application. Thank you.
Councillor Mrs French.
Thank you. Member of Marchtown Council, but I don't take any part in planning applications. Agenda number 8, Councillor Clark is a colleague, but not a personal friend. Item 11, I am a cabinet member, but I would not be involved with this application, and also I sit on 11 drainage boards.
Councillor Mifferden.
Thank you, Elaine. I am a member of 2 drainage boards. I'm also a member of Wisbech Town Council, so that's on item number 10. Well, I'm not a member of the planning committee there. Like everyone has mentioned, I also know Councillor Clark, and I think that's item number 8. I know her as a colleague, but not as a personal friend. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. I'm a member of Mainey Parish Council, but take no part in their planning procedure. I also attend Chatteris Town Council, but again take no part in their planning and leave the room. On item number 8, Councillor Clark is known to me only through the council. I have no personal dealings with her at all and will remain open-minded. Item 14, Lavender's Mill, Mainey. I will be speaking on this as FDC councillor, so will not be taking part in the vote or any other interaction regarding that. And I have had some correspondence via the agent yesterday for item 15 again, but I remain open-minded.
I forgot to add that I know Matthew Hall through business, an application he's put in for me. Thank you.
Councillor Seneca.
Thank you, Elaine. On item number 6, I don't have much to declare, but in the interest of clarity, and other people have made this point. So I am on Whittlesea Town Council. However, I don't sit on the planning committee. I don't attend the meetings at Whittlesea Town Council, and this White Road application isn't in my ward. On item number 8, I do know Sam Clark. Purely as a colleague, I would say that I've only actually interacted with her a handful of times, so she's not a close friend. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we'll now go to the main part of the meeting. Members should only make a proposal on a planning application when invited to do so. However, I will be initially asking if anybody's going to propose the officer's recommendation. Clearly, if no proposal is forthcoming, or if that proposal fails, I'll be then looking for an alternative proposal. Members are reminded that any such proposal should be accompanied by the planning reasons for doing so. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor. He's the interim principal planning officer here at Fenland to present application F/YR22/0596F, agenda item number 5. So Gavin, when you're ready, thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. First item today is an application for change of use of land to a traveller site for the formation of 8 pitches, including utility blocks and also a stable block at land northwest of Nempfler, Begdale Road in Elm. So just looking at the site, it comprises about 1.2 hectares of land located south of Wisbech, about half a kilometre away from the A47, to the eastern edge of Elm, obviously just outside Wisbech. You'll see from the aerial photograph there's a solar farm immediately south of the site. Immediately to the northeast, you can just see on the aerial photograph there, where the sort of fingers of the red outline extend. There's this sort of the starting of a traveller site there that was granted in 2020, and the site is in flood zone 3. So this is a site location plan, as you can see on the left, and then a main layout plan, which is the colour plan. You can see, in addition to that, I sort of annotated the approved 2020 permitted development to the sort of northeast of the coloured plan there, which is sort of an overlay to sort of show how the 2 sites would be sort of configured in tandem with each other. As you can see, the application site sort of proposes areas of sort of paddock land, obviously to support the horses in the stables, which are located at the far south of the site there, those blue squares, which is the stable block. And you can see the two lots of 4 pitches on that sort of northern boundary there, with the utility blocks sat centrally, as you can see, with the access road running through the core of the site in the same way as it does currently with the existing. The site is proposed to be sort of enclosed in part by 2 metre high close boarded fences and a mixture of obviously fencing to accommodate the equestrian sort of use as well. So this is a footprint there, floor plan, elevation plans of the stable block. As you can see, it takes an L-shaped formation with 8 bays and a tack room. You can see elevations there, quite a low scale, 3.5 metres maximum, I think it is. And obviously about 24 metres in length. These are the utility blocks. There are 2 of those. As you can see, they're sort of arranged 6 by 6 buildings, but then quartered so that each pitch would have its own access to part of that amenity block for sort of general day-to-day sort of facilities. Again, quite low in scale. These sort of pictures obviously taken of the sites, the site access, top left. And again, sort of top right, further into the site, you can just start to see the solar panels that I mentioned earlier over to the sort of the left-hand side of the photographs. And then the picture of the bottom right sort of shows the view kind of northwards out of the site there. And again, this is the actual application site where the proposal is supposed to go. And you can probably just make out the solar panels on the left of the picture there, just to give you an idea of its orientation. So the proposal, when considered strictly in accordance with policies of our local plan, there is some conflict. However, obviously, as set out in the statutory duty, whilst we are required to determine applications in accordance with the development plan, material considerations, where they're strong enough, can indicate a different position. This application is for traveller pitches, as I mentioned. The development plan housing policies at present don't identify a 5-year supply of gypsy traveller pitches. There are no planned pitches coming forward. And our latest GTANA, the Gypsy Travel Accommodation Needs Assessment, doesn't accurately identify whether we can or will be meeting that need. This is a significant material consideration having regard to the PPTS national policy for traveller sites. It's acknowledged as well that there is some conflict with the site being in flood zone 3. However, there's sufficient detail in the flood risk assessment to indicate that the actual residual risk of that would be low, and that mitigation measures would ensure that there wouldn't be a significant impact from flooding. In addition to that, there's a traffic regulation order that would be required to reduce road speeds along that access point there, which is proposed to be included in a condition. So on balance, having regard to policies of the development plan, the MPPF, and the planning policy for traveller sites, on balance it's considered that this development is acceptable and therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gavin. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Mark Cordona, the applicant, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. So when you're comfortably seated, you can start whenever you like. Thank you.
Hello, yeah, my name is Mark Cordona. I'm the applicant and I'm also the owner of the whole site. I currently live on site. One thing I may have misheard, but it's not flood zone 3, it's flood zone 2, the actual applicant area for where the caravans are going to be suited. This application is to extend our existing site, providing a transit site for the local area. As I'm sure you'll be aware, when the GTANA is going to be completed later this year, it's going to show a need for more pitches and transit pitches in the area. We've satisfied all the points that have been raised by County Council, Highways. Parish Council have objected, but they've only tailed on the back of the other 2 objections which have been satisfied. It's going to be family owned and family run, for which we've got over 50 years experience of running sites. We're a well-known local gypsy and traveller family within Fenland. We work closely with the council, with locals, and some of you was on the original committee when we got a previous application approved. And as you'll probably be aware, we have completely transformed that area. It used to be a prolific fly-tipping area. It was very full of rubbish and everything. And we've completely transformed it and made it an actual nice, presentable home. We are basically just going to continue doing what we're doing. We've been there for nearly 6 years now. We've settled well into the local area. The locals have accepted us as a part of the community. And we feel that rather than there being unauthorised encampments and stuff like that going on within the area, it's going to be a key thing to have a authorised transit site within Fenland, which is also gypsy run opposed to council run, because gypsy and travellers feel more comfortable going on to other gypsy run properties rather than local authority. And we feel that, as well as obviously helping our own community, will also be helping the local area, i.e. Fenland Council and County Council, overcome one of their issues. Yeah, well, like I said, it's going to be family run, family owned, and we want to work with the council, not against you, and hopefully it'll be successful. It has been obviously suggested by the planning officer to be granted. And we have, as far as we're aware, overcome all the objections, and we're happy to work, obviously, with conditions to make sure it's to the council's acceptance. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Members, questions, clarifications, Mr. Cardona, please. Councillor Mifferton, and then Councillor Marks, and then Councillor French.
Sorry, I'll speak up. Thank you for your presentation. I visited the site, and like you said, it used to be a very bad area for fly tipping. And the last time I visited the site, it was quite clear. There was nothing there to see at all. So, but my question to you is, the Elm Parish Council have raised some objections, and one of them is access to the site is of poor quality and not fit for purpose. Is there anything you can say about that? What can you do about that?
In relation to that objection, the site's going to be accessed through the existing site, which has been granted permission, and obviously the access is fully acceptable by the highways. And the highways department are the people that decide whether or not an access is suitable, and the highways haven't got any objection to the actual condition or location of the access. And Newbridge Lane is actually a highway which has been closed off at one end, but it's not basically just a farm track that's been created. So we've been using that access for nearly 6 years, and there's been no incidents, no problems whatsoever. And like I said, the new site is going to be accessed through the existing site, so it's not a new access. So in theory, that objection is irrelevant. Thank you.
And also about the drainage strategy being incomplete? About the drainage strategy being incomplete is another question that was raised by Elm Parish Council.
In terms of the drainage, so we've worked with a drainage consultants which have satisfied the LLFA, and the only parts left to complete in that is the IDB, Internal Drainage Board consent, which obviously you wouldn't apply for that consent until it's obviously approved, because it's pointless getting consent if the application will be declined. But everything is still been submitted and is working towards obviously fully satisfying, but the LFA have removed their objection, providing the conditions are met, which are going to be.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Marks and Councillor French.
Thank you. I see Councillor French winced there slightly, so I'll leave drainage to Councillor French, as she's far more with that than I am. Just one question, really, regarding the usage of the site. You say it's transient. How often do you expect people to sort of like go through this site, or will they then try to make it a permanent home?
So obviously we've got a permanent approved site at the front, which was put in and obviously satisfies the needs of our family. The transit site is going to be operated as a transit site, so we're not going to actually limit how long somebody can stay, but it's going to be more busier during the summer months than it is the winter months. It's not going to be an actual permanent residency. It's for gypsies and travellers coming to the area for work, for weddings, for funerals, for the normal, obviously, gypsy way of life. So pretty much Fenland have a authorised transit site owned by Fenland in Wisbech St Mary's. So on a similar sort of basically scale as that's done. So like I said, it could be, some people could come for a couple of days, some people could come for a couple of weeks. I wouldn't say anybody would stay for more than sort of 6-8 weeks at a time.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor French.
Thank you. Drainage, you did say that it was a waste of time speaking to the drainage board before you had your planning application. That's not quite correct. You should actually speak to them beforehand. It is 100 in Wisbech, I believe that one is. So, do you intend to, obviously there is a flooding issue. I appreciate that you have tidied up the other site, which obviously satisfies the local residents. So I would just urge you get your flood risk done properly.
Yeah, again, like I said, my hearing's not great, so I don't think I caught all of that. But we have obviously, it's we consultants, we've got instructed that's sorting out all of the drainage issues for us. They are preparing or have submitted, I'm not sure, it's either being prepared or it has been submitted to the internal drainage board regarding the drainage discharges. They've obviously drawn up some plans and some SUDS documents regarding surface water. So everything regarding the drainage that was raised by the LFA will be addressed and dealt with appropriately.
If I can just come back, do you have any drains or ditches round the site? Have you any dikes? Yeah, so it is your responsibility as a riparian owner to keep them clear.
Councillor Seneca.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mark. Excuse me. Thanks for coming along, and I have to commend you on your presentation. Just a quick question. I may have missed it somewhere, but on one of the drawings, it looked like there was a path through the site and extending out of the site. There's not a public right-of-way or anything travelling through the site.
No, there's no public right-of-ways. The whole complete area is owned by us, and the only access is by us or people are going to be using the site. So there's no public footpaths, public right-of-ways, or anything like that going through our site.
Okay, thanks for your clarification.
Thank you. I think I'll come in here now. Yeah, I was one, and I think I chaired it last time you were here several years ago. Time does move so quickly. I went and had a look at it then, and I won't go into too much what Councillor Mifferton said. And it didn't look, and the roadway down there was full of rubbish and everything like that. And you sat before this committee and said, "I'll tidy it up," which we thought, well, that's a really good thing. You put I think CCTV was mentioned. I think you said you were going to do that, and you're going to put a new fence up, which you've done. And not often I say this, but you've done exactly what you said you were going to do. I went down there on Monday, and it's lovely and tidy, and it puts a lot of these A and B roads in Fenland to shame. It actually does. There's no litter about at all. So thank you very, very much for doing that, and let's hope it continues on your next venture if you get planning permission here this afternoon. So thank you. So with that accolade, anybody else got anything to add to that? No, thank you very much. You can, yes, you absolutely can. So, members, questions to officers, and so there we are, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll ask the same question I've been asking for 6 years, 7 years, maybe 10 years. Where is the policy document for tramplers? I do notice it's being worked on. It's been worked on since 2016. 9 years. Can I have a definitive answer when we're going to get one?
There's a $64 question. Do your best.
Thank you, Chairman. It's very to give a definitive answer is obviously very difficult, especially in a changing planning landscape. So, for example, the government changed the definition of gypsy and traveller in December. So even the work that we've been doing recently, we've actually had to go back to our consultants to update, to take into account the changes. So it is progressing, but there's some things are outside of the control of the council, but we are moving it forward.
This year or next year?
I would hope this year, but I can get some form of update to you outside of the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Does that? No, well, I think that's the best you're going to get. So anybody got any more questions? Sorry, Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just one on highways. I've read here regarding the TRO, which is required to be undertaken separately. Can you just talk us through that, please?
Yeah, through you, Chair. Thank you very much. So I think the previous consent that was granted required a TRO. Let me just grab the highway comments here. and I think it was to remove access restrictions along Newbridge Lane. So I think at the moment there was some signage up, I believe, that places some restrictions on accesses along there. And I think the TRO was to update that and amend that in order to reflect, obviously, these permissions. That's still yet to be done, is my understanding. And therefore, the Local Highway Authority have asked that this application also imposes that same condition to ensure that we, obviously, I guess, have options in terms of how we ensure that that comes forward. But that's my understanding with that.
So that's to be done by Highways, not by the applicant.
Yeah, so basically the applicant would have to process that and there's an advertising process to be done. I think there's probably some money to pay Local Highway Authority in order to enact that. That's generally how kind of TROs would be undertaken, in my understanding.
Councillor French.
Thank you. If I can just come back to Gavin, are you saying the TRO isn't in or is in?
So through you, Chair, so the TRO was advertised, but I don't believe it was then followed through.
Yeah,
so the Local Highway Authority are asking sort of belt and braces to make sure that with this application as well.
Yeah, because with a TRO, you have to give between 10 and 12 weeks notice. And last year, there was 32,000 applications for TROs at county. So you have got a long wait if you haven't done it.
Hey, any more questions to officers at all? No? No? Thank you. Right, so, okay, members. And now I'd like you to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand. And who wants to kick off the debate? Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. I think this application should be approved. I think the family have proved that they've done what they said in the tin. And I don't really think there's much more reason to debate this. It is a good application and it is recommended for approval.
Councillor Mivden, then Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add to that to say from what I know of the site historically and what it looks like today and what the Cadona family have done, I think we should approve this application. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marks.
I'll just say I could go with Councillor French and Councillor Mithden.
Okay, so I can see where this is going. I don't think anybody else has got to add anything much more to the debate. I can't see any hands up. So, officers, any more to say? We're closing the debate. Would you like to? You would?
Thank you. Sorry, through you, Chairman. I think just one point to raise is that the condition number 1 that's recommended to you within the agenda on further review by officers, we feel that that condition can perhaps be made a little bit more precise in terms of its wording. So I think if members go with the officer recommendation to grant the application, we would just ask for delegation that the wording of condition 1 is given.
Just read out condition 1. So just for the
So for the benefit of the tape, as it were, condition 1 is the site shall be limited to 2 pitches, each containing no more than 4 caravans, as defined in the Caravan Sites and Control of Development Act 1960 and the Caravan Sites Act 1968. So I think we've just got a little bit of a concern that, as I say, on reflection, that the wording of that in terms of those numbers perhaps isn't as clear as it could be, and say we would ask for delegation from the committee to just sort of tweak that slightly.
Yeah, Councillor Marks.
Can we ask how you want to tweak that? Is that via numbers or just change the numbers?
Thank you. Through Chairman, I think essentially the wording, I think what we're trying to get to a position where there are 2 pitches, each of which have got 2 caravans on them, yet what the wording here seems to indicate is that potentially both pitches could have 4 caravans, and I think we're trying to just tighten that up so that we've only got 4 caravans on the site in total rather than potentially 8 caravans.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's fair enough. And also, are we just officers? We're just going to put that TRO. We're going to put belt and braces on that, aren't we? If that goes through. So
yes, Dan, as condition 3.
Do you want to put some more meat on that bone?
I think that condition is worded exactly the same way as the last permission. So, in the interest of consistency, I think we'll keep that one as is.
Are we going to put a time limit on this? Because it needs to be done quicker, sooner than later, doesn't it?
The TRO is pre-occupation.
Marks again, thank you.
Sorry, just to confirm, so I'm just looking here, the formation of 8 times caravan pitches consisting of 2 touring caravans per pitch. So surely you were saying 4 in total as opposed to, the initial one was 8.
Through you, Chairman, I think that's one of the things that we want to clarify. Obviously, the inconsistency between the description and that condition needs resolving. And I think if members are sort of satisfied with the principle of the application, then that's something that we can just fine tune.
Okay, if I could come back, I mean, the numbers seem to be a bit skew here, and I was happy to agree to the 8. You know, but we're now saying 4, and I think we need to be really, really clear on this before we vote on it personally.
Okay, Councillor Senate-Clough, would you like to, questions to officers, obviously, thank you.
Through you, Chair. I feel that we need to look at the application as it's presented. It's for 8 caravan pitches. That is what the applicant understood when he paid his money and he came here today for this application. And now we're saying 4 caravan pitches. That's hardly fair, is it? So can we have some clarification?
Thank you. Okay, so David, would you like to reply to that?
I think, as we've indicated, obviously, and as Councillor Senate-Clough has said, the application is, as was made. We've got a condition here that doesn't seem to sort of tie in with that, and that's what we're seeking to try and resolve. If members are happy with the principle of the overall development, that the wording of that condition is altered to reflect actually what the application is. Clearly, there's been a sort of an oversight in terms of the condition that's been worded here.
So we're going around in circles, obviously. Are members happy with that condition, or have you got some more clarifications, Councillor Marks?
Sorry, could we just be clear on the condition, how the condition is going to read them, please? It's not, I don't, you know, I just think we are voting on something we need to be very clear.
So so can you just clarify the condition for Councillor Marks?
The condition would be something along the lines of the site shall be limited to 8 pitches, each containing no more than 2 caravans, no more than 16 caravans across the site in total, or words to that effect.
As long as it's that, I'm quite happy.
No, Chairman, I'll just clarify. I think David Rowan has made that clear that what's been applied for is 8 pitches. So as long as members are aware of that and that's what's being approved, then a vote can proceed.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask any more questions to officers before I ask for a recommendation. I can't see any, so I'm going to say, do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to grant planning permission? I've got a proposer. Councillor French, Councillor Miffordin is going to second it. So we've got a proposal, go with officer recommendation to approve this. Councillor French has proposed it, Councillor Miffordin is seconded it. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? The application has been approved. Thank you. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Gavin Taylor once again to present application FYR 23/0156F, agenda item number 6. So Gavin, when you're ready again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So agenda item 6 is an application for 5 dwellings, all single storey, including sort of landscaping and associated infrastructure at land south of 60 to 20 White Road, Eastrea. So just looking at the, first of all, if I can just refer back to the update report that was circulated to members yesterday in terms of additional representations and an amendment to the fire hydrant condition. Just looking at the location plan, it's about 1/2 hectare of sort of currently grassland located at the rear of dwellings. Those dwellings sort of front White Road to the east and the north, Thornham Way to the south, and Jones Lane to the west. It's enclosed on all sides, as you can see from the aerial photograph there, by residential development, predominantly single story in scale. Site is flood zone 1. Just to remind members, and set out in the background, section 9 of the report, this application follows previous refusals, previous applications for planning permission for a greater quantum, 9 and 10 dwellings. There's also appeal reference there as well to an appeal that was dismissed following one of those refusals, and therefore the applicant has obviously sought to overcome those concerns that were mainly in respect of amenity impacts to existing residents. So this is the proposed site plan showing how the 5 bungalows would be arranged around the site. It's a fully committed layout. As you can see, access is taken from White Road over to the east. The bungalows themselves are arranged around a central shared access road, as you can see there. Their rear gardens abutting existing rear gardens, primarily for other developments. The proposal is also to reconfigure slightly number 40 White Road, which sits immediately south of that access road, by adding some roof lights and bricking up one of the windows that faces straight out onto the access road. There's also a proposal to introduce acoustic fencing along the boundary, particularly of number 38, which is the bungalow to the north. Roadways are to be in a bound permeable surface with, as you can see, shaded grey, the access point from White Road being surfaced in a permeable tarmac, again in response to some of the concerns raised at previous application and appeal. And you can just see on the site layout plan there, to the sort of northeast, there's a grouping, linear grouping of sort of round circles there, existing conifer trees, some of which are quite large. They sit outside the application site and are therefore not proposed to be affected through this development. So as I mentioned a short while ago, number 40 White Road that sits immediately south of the access is proposed to be adapted or amended in order to sort of respond to this development. As you can see, it currently incorporates a bedroom window, a ground floor, sat centrally in that top photograph, elevation photograph there. That's proposed to be blocked up with roof lights inserted to sort of to move that habitable window directly away from the access road. These are sort of the floor layouts and elevations of the single-storey properties. So we've got plots 1 and 2 that are essentially handed. Plots 3 and 4, as you can see there, and then plot 5, again all single-storey, of sort of fairly sort of modern traditional design that you sort of see in the Eastrea area. And these are the proposed street scenes, as you can see, where they sit, each plot relative to existing dwellings in terms of scales and spacings. This is the access as proposed. You can see it's gated at the moment, which currently enables access to that rear area, albeit obviously private. And you can see the extent of the access running down the length of fence there on the top right, number 40 White Road. Bottom left is 40 White Road. You can just make out that ground floor window, which is proposed to be blocked up. And obviously that bottom right photograph is a sort of view heading north along White Road of the access point. And these are sort of sites from within, shots from within the site, looking at sort of relationship of the site relative to existing properties in and around, as I say, Jones Lane, White Road, Thornham Way. And again, you can see the sort of primarily single story in scale. So the application site is currently underused, underutilised. It's an area of grassland. It is located within the built settlement, surrounded by residential development pretty much on all sides. Therefore, could reasonably be defined as a sort of an infill site. It's for 5 dwellings, which is considered to be an acceptable amount for a small village, and would make effective use of this vacant site. Principle is therefore accepted. It's considered that the overall appearance of the proposal is acceptable, particularly its backland nature, its scale, and wouldn't form an incongruous addition, having regard to some of the other backland developments in Eastrea. The application has been accompanied by a speed survey, which has been sort of superseded on previous speed surveys undertaken. Highways consider that it's acceptable on balance, subject to obviously conditions, securing access, visibility, etc. It's just important to also note that the previous application that was refused did not raise highway concerns at that time. The application site falls in flood zone 1, and acceptable schemes put forward to deem that appropriate in terms of how surface water would be managed. And it's considered on balance that the development now would afford appropriate level of residential amenity, mostly through the substantial reduction in numbers from those previously proposed. The mitigation measures also introduced in order to reduce the risk of significant vibration and noise through users of the access. And also obviously those adaptations to number 40 White Road as well. It's considered therefore that the impacts of the development would not now be significant, certainly not significant enough to warrant refusal in this regard, in that the development itself would protect amenity this time round, particularly, as I say, given the reduction in numbers. So the recommendation is to grant subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Matthew Hall, of course he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes, Mr. Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. A lot of what I was going to say, Gavin has said already. The proposal at this site is for 5 executive-style bungalows. Bungalows have been shown with large gardens, double garages, all served office private drive, and previous applications on this site for 14 two-storey dwellings, 10 dwellings and 9 dwellings were all refused. That was by a different landowner. The 7 dwellings was withdrawn. This proposal is for 5 bungalows with an officer recommendation to approve. Cambridgeshire County Council Highways have raised no objection to this application and made recommendations throughout the application which we've taken into account. And key point, as Gavin said, that the previous appeal carried out on this site by others was not refused on highway grounds by the inspector. That was for an application for 9. This is for 5. All of the site is in flood zone 1, and the lead local flood authority have raised no objection, and drainage details have been submitted as part of this application. There's been a lot of work gone into this application, both by officers and by our office, and we've taken on board, as I said, the highway officer comments. Officer recommendations on the design and number of dwellings have been taken into account, and also we've worked with the lead local flood authority and refuse team of Fenland District Council. The officer report and what Gavin said summed the application up very well. Could we have the Google map on the screen, please? Sorry, thank you. You can see there, I mean, in our opinion, this is probably the last piece of land of this size right in the middle of Eastrea to be developed. It could be classed as infill development, which is what it says in the officer's report, 10.10, and I think Gavin also used the word infill. There's no technical objections to this application from Highways, Environmental Health, Lead Local Flood Authority, Mineral and Waste or Refuse Team, and the application as a recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hall. Members, questions to Mr. Hall? You know what to do. Put your hand up. Thank you, and Councillor Marks has done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for your presentation. One thing that I have looked at when I stood at the edge of this was I noticed that we've got a pinch point of 3.7 metres as you come into sight for quite some distance. Now, is that 3.7 metres from the bungalow to the edge, or is that with leaving sort of like a metre from the bungalow?
Thank you. Originally, we showed that access where it's been reduced to 3.7 metres. Originally, we showed it wider, I think nearly 5 metres, because we have got that width, still leaving a fence and grass strip and a fence and grass strip either side. But Highways came back to the officer and said they'd want that reduced to 3.7 metres. Originally, it was wider, a lot wider. But they asked us for that area to be reduced, probably to leave a grass strip either side, then the fence to neighbouring properties, then each side of that, the neighbour's property's got a path, etc. So Highways asked us to reduce that area only to 3.7 metres. That was in December last year. So we'd shown that wide at just that area, but Highways came back and asked us to reduce that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Senate Clough.
Through you, Chair. Hello, Mr. Hall. Thank you for your presentation. I have to commend you on a very good-looking application. I just have some concerns about the access and the narrowness of the access road, because not only have you got cars, but you've potentially got cars and pedestrians walking down that very narrow access road at the same time. The access road comes out, and I know this road very well. I travel down it practically every day in various capacities, driving as a pedestrian, as a cyclist. There have been accidents along that road. There are cars parked on the opposite side of the road, and it's in between two blind bends. So you've got a catalogue of potential hazards going on and obstructions to vision anyway. So then you've got potentially 10 more cars coming out with pedestrians walking down a very narrow access strip. So my question to you, Mr. Hall, is how do you feel that you can overcome the safety aspect or the obstructions and hazards that are there at present?
Thank you. Thank you for your compliment on the scheme. Thank you. So within the site, or where the 5 plots are, all the area that's shaded sort of dark grey, that's all 6 metres wide. And in the highway officer's report, it even says that's too wide. We've left it at 6 metres because we had emails backwards and forwards with Fenland District Council's refuse team to make sure a bin line can go in, turn round, so we made it nice and wide there. At the top of the access, we've shown 5 metres by 10 metres abutting White Road, which is what Highways asked for, so 2 cars can pull in together. The light grey bit between where it comes off White Road and where it widened it to 6 metres is, as I sort of said to Councillor Marks, we'd shown that wider. We'd shown that 4.5, 5 metres wide for a lot of the application, but it was in, I think it was December. Highways came back after speaking to the planning officer and wanted that area reduced, which is what we did. So I had showed that area wider, but they came back and wanted that reduced. We did a speed survey and agreed the wire that goes across the road, or the cable, the position which is outside, I think it's 36 or 38 White Road, and it showed vehicles going, I think 24, 25 miles per hour, I can't remember, and Highways accepted that. So I'd like to think we've overcome any possible safety issues.
I'll come back through you, Chair. Potentially a follow-up question to officers about whether Highways did a desktop study or not.
Okay, thank you. I've got one, Mr. Hall. How many speed surveys were done on this?
During the previous application, which we didn't do, there was one done then, which was accepted. We didn't do that. Then there have been 2 speed surveys done here. I think there was concerns raised on the first one. Highways we didn't do, because obviously not qualified, and then we had a second one. Yeah, we've had 2.
Just to follow on from that, when was the second one done?
May 2023 or 2024, because the application's been in, well, it's 2023, 2024, but officers no, yeah.
But, as I said, it's in my county patch, representing Whittlesey South, and I know White Road is a very busy road and people do speed down there. It's well known, and there is cars, as Councillor Senate Clough said, parked opposite, and we put some double yellow lines on Thornham Road and just round the corner, because we knew there was a trouble there. So the only concern I've got is when you're coming out of there and turning right, or even left or right, you've got to go over the other. Obviously, you're going to turn right. You've got to go over the other side of the road. But if you turn left, you've got to go over the other side of the road and turn back on yourself, aren't you? because you haven't got the turn, have you? Do you see what I'm saying? So when it's a bad bend, isn't it? So yeah, so you've got a bad bend, and going from obviously round Wake Road to the right, the bad bend is as you're going down the road. So you're going to meet oncoming cars if you can't keep on the right side of the road, aren't you? So that's the only worry I've got. And I had a look at it on Monday, and I thought, But other than that,
Okay. The only thing I would say, where our new access, I know it's a field entrance at the moment, has been since the 70s for a piggery or farm. It's 5 metres wide. That's what highways have asked for, so 2 cars can pull on and off. Similar to very similar developments that have been approved, 5 to 10 metres. We're going on to White Road, which is, I haven't got the dimension of White Road, but I think it's 5.5 metres, just like all other development, not all other developments, but similar developments. You turn left and right. Do you go to the other side of the road? Depends if there's parked cars. I would say it's similar to other developments like this in Fenland with 5-10 metres displays, pedestrian displays. We've had a speed survey. I'm not sure what else we could have done, to be honest. I'm not sure that answers your question, to be honest. Yeah, sorry.
well, yeah, if highways haven't got a problem with it, I don't suppose there's much we can do, but it does concern me somewhat. And perhaps at a later date, I can probably show you my concerns when this has been determined either way. But I'll leave it there for the time being. Anybody else at all for Mr. Hall? No? Did I see your hand up? No? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Hall. So, members, questions to officers. Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you, Chair. I think they know what question I'm going to ask. The highways question. So did highways actually come out, do you know? Or was it a desktop study?
I'm not certain that highways went out. I've got no evidence to say they did. Obviously, they've looked at the plans, the scale plans that are provided to get an understanding of road widths and access widths, etc. And Mr. Hall was quite right in that highways have negotiated that narrowing for 2 reasons, I think. Firstly, is to sort of slow cars exiting the site down, because obviously, as you point out quite rightly, pedestrian vehicle conflict is a possibility there. So the idea is to sort of narrow it, A, to give a bit more buffer either side of the properties, but also to slow exiting cars and indeed ingressing cars into the site. Secondly to that, they've sort of noted that they anticipate at the busiest periods, average vehicle trip movements will be 1 every 20 minutes along there. So it's not considered that there would be significant vehicle pedestrian conflict occurring regularly in any case because of the low number of dwellings, therefore the low number of traffic movements along that road. But they've obviously suggested to the applicant that they reduce that area down there as a pinch point for those reasons. But notwithstanding that, obviously the actual access width itself, where it meets with White Road, is a standard kind of access width that we would secure day in, sort of day out, really, on applications.
Back through you, Chair. Thank you for your lengthy explanation. Just wanted to pull you up on one point about the number of dwellings as a contributory factor to the number of vehicles. White Road is actually a bit of a rat run, so people from Whittlesea use it to get to Benwick, Chatteris, and even Ely. You've got a lot of agricultural vehicles using that road, as well as some HGVs. So it is a considerable amount of traffic using that. And I don't feel that the safety issues have been properly addressed, because you've got this sandwiched in between 2 blind bends, cars parked on the opposite side of the road, and as Councillor Connor was pointing out, you'd have to go on for a few metres on the other side of the road to sort of navigate that as you're coming out, which adds, another potential hazard. But thank you for your explanation. Anyway.
Right, thank you for that. Anybody else at all? Questions to officers? No, nobody's looking blank. Thank you very much. So, now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate. Anybody like to kick it off? Right, so we'll take Councillor French first, then Councillor Benny.
I propose that we move the approve the application.
Right, Councillor Benny.
I was going to say the same thing, but a slightly longer
Oh, yeah.
way.
You got beaten to the punch then, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, she always picks me at the post.
He does too.
I mean, we've got a policy compliant application in front of us. We could debate the highways. We could debate this. It's been to highways. We've got a report back. If we turn this down, it'll go to appeal and we'll lose. And it is a policy compliant application. I see no reason why we shouldn't take my learned friend next door's opinion and move to a vote, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'd just like to come in there, then I'll bring somebody else in if they want. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I just hope highways have done just due diligence on this, and it hasn't just been a desktop, just a throw at it and, oh, that looks to be all right to me. I hope they've done due diligence on it, because I just do see it as an accident waiting to happen, really. Although we can't turn it down on highway grounds, because obviously they're the so-called experts and we're not. But I just want to make my comments known, really. Councillor Marks.
More of an observation, Chair, than anything else. I mean, we sit here week in, week or month in, month out debating highways. The question quite often is this a desktop survey? Has an action officer gone out and had a look at it? Is there any way we can actually get, when they report back, whether it has been a desktop survey or whether they have actually physically gone? So you know, we're not asking the same question every time. At the end of the day, we are the local councillors. You obviously know the area. And it just seems to me that we're fighting somebody who sits in Cambridge or wherever with a computer. So I just wonder if we can take that forward as a suggestion.
Well, I think we just have to rely on, hopefully, that they do, and they do their due diligence on everything whichever they comment on, really. But I don't know. Anyway, so we're still in debate. Anybody else at all? Anybody else want to speak? Councillor Benny, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the reports, irrespective of whether it's done as a desktop survey or whether somebody comes out, they are signing that report off, and that is the information we have to go on. Whether it's a desktop one or whether they've been out and looked at it, we could ask them to come back if we have real concerns and look at it. But every time we do things like this, it always comes back with the same answer anyway. I don't think we've ever had one that I can think of that they've come back and gone, yeah, we got that completely wrong. And then it changes the whole application. We've got a policy compliant application in front of us today.
Yeah, but it'd be rather remiss of us, or remiss of the local members who use this road regularly, and myself, who's been the local member now for about 8 years, I think. If we have got some concerns, it'd be rather remiss not to bring it before this committee to echo our concerns, wouldn't it? And for the residents, of course, as well. Whatever the outcome is, but I think we've done right by bringing this to committee in the general public. Councillor Clough.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to disagree with Councillor Benny, we don't have to sit here and accept what Cambridgeshire County Council Highways have to dictate to us. And we do not have to approve this application. This is why we're here as elected members. And I just want to say that for the safety reasons that I outlined, I can't support this application.
Okay, so we're still in debate. Anybody else want to add to it before I close it? Oh, Councillor French, you're just in time.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to come back to what Elizabeth Clough has just said. Highways normally give it a good reaction, and I strongly recommend that you take into account what they say, because they are the ones, they are the experts, and if they're satisfied with it, we should be as well.
Anybody else at all? I'll come back to you. Yeah, absolutely. Go.
Thank you for your opinion, Councillor French. I live locally and I feel that local knowledge is just being sidelined here, and someone from a desktop potentially is imposing their views on what is appropriate safety-wise or not, and I feel that local knowledge has to count for something in these circumstances.
Yeah, I think we can get going backwards and forwards all day long now, but I think I'm going to close this debate now. It just seemed to be different bones of contention here. So, right, I'm closing the debate. Officers, you got anything to add to it? Okay. So, I now like to, so I'm looking for a proposal on this to go with officer recommendation to approve this. Councillor French, you're doing it? Have I got a seconder? Councillor Mifferton. So I've got a proposal by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Mifferton, to go with officer's recommendation to approve this application. Can I have a show of hands on that? Those against? One, so the application has been approved. Thank you. So, swiftly moving on. Gavin again, I'll now hand over to him to present application F/YR 240652RM, agenda item number 7. So Gavin, off you go again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So item 7 is a reserve matters application committing appearance, landscape, layout and scale for one dwelling pursuant to outline application under a 2023 application. It's located along Main Road, Church End. So the area of land, as you can see, edged red there, sits at the southern side of Main Road, Parson Drove, Church End. To the west and rear of sort of numbers 200 to 204, you can just see that row of 3 dwellings there immediately adjacent. To the east are some agricultural buildings. You can just see their roofs on the aerial photograph there. The site is in flood zone 2 generally, medium risk of flooding. There's a protected tree at the front of the site, obviously a grouping of trees, which we'll see shortly on the photos. So this is the sort of the site layout as it is that you can see. So it's sort of notably set back from the sort of the predominant build line you can see there. That's obviously due to the constraint of the trees and the importance of sort of maintaining that tree coverage. And that sort of follows really the outline proposal at the time, obviously with the acknowledgement of those trees. As you can see, it occupies quite a large footprint, extending rearward into the site, and then there's garden land sort of wrapping around the rear of the plots there to the immediate west. So this is the elevation plans showing a sort of 3-storey property there, dormers in the roof, as you can see, with roof lights as well. There's an attached garage which extends forward out of the property, towards the front. It's got a ridge height at maximum there of 9.8 metres. This has been reduced through discussion with officers by around about 1.2 metres. There's obviously an array of sort of fenestration on both the front and rear elevations primarily. The ground floor serves, say, the garage. There's a gym, lounge, dining room, kitchen, etc. Sort of standard habitable kind of rooms. The first floor has 3 bedrooms with en-suites and bathrooms, and the second floor has a further bedroom, bathroom, ensuite, and a cinema room. As you can see, this is sort of a street scene image, which sort of shows illustratively how it would sit with that trees, those aforementioned trees along the frontage, and obviously the lower image, the red edge line shows the original submission, and obviously where we are now in terms of the committed ridge line. It also shows a hedge, as you can probably just see there, between the proposed dwelling and the existing dwellings, which is quite sizable. I think the report refers to it being about 5-6 metres in height. As you can see, the photos here, this number 1 there is looking sort of west along the road. You've got number 2 sort of looking northwest across the site from sort of within the site. You can see sort of hedgerows, etc. And then number 3 is showing the property immediately adjacent, which we mentioned, and obviously that hedgerow in between. And then you've got other sort of panoramic views looking southwards, and obviously those agricultural barns there at number 6. So it's a reserved matters application for a single dwelling following approval at outline stage, which also committed access at that time, so access is not a consideration for this application. Generally, having regard to the policies of the local plan, it requires development to positively contribute to local distinctiveness and character of the area, enhancing local settings, responding to and improving the character of the built environment, and not adversely impacting on design or scale terms on the street scene or the general character of the area. It's considered that the scale of this dwelling, being at 9.8 metres, is incongruous to predominant scales in that area, and its design is also considered to be out of keeping with the area in general. Whilst obviously there would be some screening during the year through those trees are deciduous, and therefore through part of the year the dwelling would be in full view, and again would sort of emphasise its incongruous scale and design. In addition to that, it's considered that its rearward position, combined with its scale and massing, would have an adverse impact from an overbearing point of view on the amenity of those neighbours immediately adjacent. So it's considered that the policy conflicts are not outweighed by any material considerations which would indicate anything other than refusing this application. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite James Burton, he's the agent, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated, you've got 5 minutes, Mr. Burton. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Good afternoon. This is a reserved matters application for Mr. and Mrs. Pittman. Mrs. Pittman has lived in Parson Drove her whole life and was joined by her husband 16 years ago. They're a young, growing family that wish to continue living in their home village. I have some slides to show, so can the first one be put on the screen? Parson Drove is a village with a varied character and mix of dwellings, and as can be seen from these images, 2.5-storey dwellings do form part of the character of the village, with both older and newer properties adopting this form. We note the comments regarding the scheme being incongruous and consider these as subjective, given there is no consistency with regards to architectural style or sizes of properties within the area. We believe that this scheme is a high-quality bespoke dwelling, providing quality, variation and character within the street scene, whilst meeting the needs of a local family and their associated business. Can I have the next slide, please? The applicants have asked me to raise the dwelling on this slide, as it's located in the neighbouring village of Murrow and was approved in August 2023. Although we appreciate each site is to be considered on its own merits, they feel this is a significant precedent. This proposal is significantly larger than our clients and is set within a street scene of bungalows and modest 2-storey dwellings, and demonstrates how an aspirational, high-quality executive home can be successfully integrated into an existing varied street scene, something which we believe our proposal will also achieve, whilst having a better relationship with neighbouring properties due to the reduced scale, retained landscaping and existing street scene. Can I have the next slide, please? This proposal is an aspirational dwelling that represents our clients' dream forever home that will allow them to continue to reside and operate their business from the yard adjacent and their other site in the village. There are no technical consultee objections, no neighbour objections, including from the next door neighbour, 15 letters of support and the support of the parish council, who the client informs me commented at that meeting it would be a lovely addition to the village and a lovely looking house. Comments were received late in the application process in relation to the height of the proposal, which the applicant has sought to address. The applicant has been keen to work with officers and to compromise as far as they are able to secure a positive decision, and have proposed a significant reduction in footprint and overall height, which is the scheme before you. Can I have the next slide, please? The dotted red line indicates the original submission, and as can be seen, the depth and width have been significantly reduced, moving the side elevation further from the neighbouring boundary, and the height has been reduced by 1.4 metres. The principal part of the dwelling has a depth of 9.4 metres and a width of 16.4, excluding the front projection. The remainder of the proposal is single-storey. As referenced in the officer's report, the outline application indicated a dwelling that had a principal dimension of 9.1 by 16.1 and indicated dormer windows and roof lights, which, although slightly smaller, is broadly similar to the proposed principal dwelling before you. The proposed dwelling is around 4.2 metres from the neighbouring fence at its closest and is separated by an existing hedge which is approximately 6 metres high and will be retained. It's also worth noting the proposal has a hipped roof, and as such the eaves at around 6.1 metres, marginally higher than the existing hedge, are located 4.2 metres plus from the boundary, and the maximum roof height of the ridge is 8.9 metres from the boundary, which limits the impact on the neighbouring property. Can I have the next slide, please? We've included photographs on this slide of the existing hedge, which demonstrates its existing height at around 6 metres, and have also taken photographs from last week from the road to demonstrate how the proposal will be screened even during the winter months. We note the comments with regards to overlooking, and as confirmed by the officers, overlooking is not an issue. However, if members are minded to approve and consider the top floor window to the bedroom presents an opportunity for overlooking, we're happy to accept the condition for obscure glazing, as it benefits from windows to the rear. Can I have the next slide, please? The following 3D visuals provide an artist's impression of the proposal from a number of views, including from the rear of the neighbouring property, which is the one on the bottom right, which demonstrates the proposal is significantly softened and screened by the existing landscaping, whilst also delivering a high-quality scheme that, in our opinion, will positively contribute to the appearance of Parson Drove. To conclude, the proposal is for a local family, which will allow them and their business to remain in the village. It has no technical consultative objections, support of the parish council, and most importantly, no local objection, specifically no objection from the neighbour. The scheme will retain the existing landscaping, deliver a high-quality aspirational home that will provide quality and variation to the street scene whilst enhancing the area. As such, we respectfully request that you support the application with the conditions you deem appropriate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Burton. Members, questions, clarifications to Mr. Burton, if you've got any. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. How far from the road does that actually stand where you start to build? Because the properties beside it stand forward of it, do they not?
Yes, the properties adjacent do stand forward. We've had to set our property back. This is the TBO, so we've got a root protection area to deal with. And I believe if you can bring up the floor plan, please, Gavin, if you don't mind. Back in your presentation, I think. The site plan, sorry. So the garage starts broadly at the front of the existing agricultural building. I haven't got the dimensions to hand.
The garage has a lower roof than the roof pitch on the main house, doesn't it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So that's fine. There was another question I was going to ask and I've forgotten it, so I'll let somebody else have a go.
Okay, anybody else at all? Councillor Mifferton, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Mr. Burton. Quick question. What is the associated business? What's the family's business?
So they run a motor vehicle spares and repair business, and they also have the agricultural buildings on the site adjacent. So they're agricultural and car spare and repair business as well.
Okay. Anybody else at all before we let Mr. Burton go? No, that's it. Thank you very much. So it just leaves me, members, questions to officers, if you have any. No burning desire to see. Okay, that's fine then. So now I'd like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So basically we're in debate and who wants to kick it off? And it's Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the word consistency comes in. 4 or 5 years ago, we sat in this very room discussing another roof height with a property that stands back on the march to Chatteris bypass. We were told it was too tall, it would be totally out of a congress. Loads of things went on regarding it. I have to say, I drive past that property most days. You can't tell whether that's 1.2 metres, 5 metres or 6 metres because it stands back from the other properties. So I think on this one, I feel this is screened, it is set back. You've got agricultural buildings to one side, yes, you've got properties to the other, but I think this is set back far enough on the site that I think on this occasion I would actually be supporting the application, not going with officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Senate Clough and Councillor Mifferton, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Marks. I think another point to consider is that there are no windows overlooking neighbouring properties. And the fact that there are trees, I know it says in the report that they are not all year round foliage trees, but I feel that there is significant screening. And so I feel that I could support this application. It's a very elegant, tastefully designed house, in fact.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mifflin, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I know this area quite well. It's not far from St John's Church, which we have put a lot of activities on locally. I will be supporting this application because one of the reasons it encourages a family to stay in that village, and we're trying to keep small villages from dying out. So, and the fact that they have a business locally as well, I will be supporting this application. Thank you.
Okay, so I think I've got a feel of where this is going. Councillor French?
Thank you. Yes, I agree with my colleagues. But under policy LP 16A, I don't believe for 1 minute it impacts on the surrounding area. I mean, looking at the picture, I think that's a lovely design, and it's a shame we don't have the design awards anymore, because I think that could probably be up for an award.
That's a relevant statement, Councillor French. Anybody else at all? I think we're still in debate. I think perhaps we can close it now. There's no burning desire. So I'm closing the debate now, and I'm bringing officers if you've got anything to add to it or like to make any comments.
May Chairman, just through you. I think
Absolutely.
just for clarity, if I may, I think the example that Councillor Marks references was actually the result of a later second application, which was lower than the design that was actually put in front of the committee. So there was a subsequent amendment to that design. So I'm not sure that
it still was covered. The properties around it by 2 metres.
Certainly, I think in terms of the point that I assumed was being made, that the case that was put in front of committee was the one that had been built. I was just wanting to be clear that there was actually a later second application, and then I think just so that members are totally clear on what can be considered as part of the determination of the application, the personal circumstances of the applicant, the fact that they've lived in the village all their lives, they've got a business, is not material to the determination of the application. So I think it's important that members are clear on what they're considering when determining the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, any more questions to officers at all? No? That's it then. So now we'll just go on. Do I have a proposer to go with officers' recommendation to refuse planning permission, to refuse it? Just to be clear. There doesn't seem to be any forthcoming, so I'm looking for a different proposal. So can I have another proposal, please? Councillor Mifflin, what are you proposing?
Thank you, Chair. I propose we go against officers' recommendations and approve this application based on policy LP2 and LP16. I think the development achieves high quality living environment, and it does not adversely affect the impact of maintenance in the area. The Parson Drove, that particular road, has got a variety of a mixture of old developments and new developments. I did mention St John's Church, which is a listed building. There is a development right opposite it, which is like probably one in the last 10 years. So I think we should go against officers' recommendations and approve this application. Thank you.
I'm happy with those. Thanks, LP16. So we've got a recommendation to go against officer recommendation to approve this application proposed by Councillor Mifflin. Have I got a second? It's Councillor French. Yeah, we'll come to those in a minute. And any conditions at all? Is everybody happy to delegate conditions to officers? You're all happy with that? See, yeah.
Normal, reasonable conditions.
Yeah, not too onerous.
Yeah. Sorry, Chair. Can we?
Hold on a minute. Let's just have one meeting. Councillor Mifflin, yeah. What's your?
Please, can we know what conditions are to be imposed, please? Can we?
No. Are you happy for officers to be delegated to conditions? Are you? And I think perhaps the word you need after that is not too onerous.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, yeah, that's what I was going to.
I'm not leaving you, but I'm putting words in your mouth, of course. But I'm happy with that anyway. So to sum it all up, 2 or 3 minutes ago, we had a proposal to go with officer recommendation, to go against officer recommendation, proposed by Councillor Mifflin, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? So the application has been approved. We'll have one more, shall we? So we'll go. So what we'll do is go to application agenda number 8. Gavin's going to present application FYR 24/0811F. So over to you again, Gavin, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So item 8 is a full application for the erection of 9 dwellings, all 2-storey, formation of 2 accesses and a pedestrian footpath at High Road, Newton in the Isle. So members may be familiar with this site. We've had a couple of applications in the last couple of years for development of this site. So it's an area of agricultural land that sits sits to the north side of High Road in Newton in the Isle and near to that junction of Rectory Road, which you can see there to the east, heading northwards. Agricultural land, obviously, as you can see, extends northwards from the site and southwards and beyond. There's a row of dwellings, as you can see, immediately east that run in a linear form, fronting the highway. To the east, is a single property with a removals business. There was a permission in principle previously approved for 6 dwellings on this site. Subsequently, a refusal of planning permission for 6 dwellings, which is set out in the history section there, on grounds of visual impacts primarily and amenity impacts. So essentially, the site benefits from a permission in principle for residential development, albeit for 6 dwellings. This is now for 9. So just looking at the site layout, as you can see, the 9 dwellings, they're 2-storey in height, as you can see from the street scene view at the bottom there, arranged in a linear formation that's set back from the highway to allow for private access roads, to serve 2 pockets of development there. There are 5 detached 4-bedroom units and 2 pairs of 3-bed units, as you can see the semi-detached to the right of the road. There's a proposal to put some surface water swales along the frontage. You can see the blue line there as shown, and the yellow line to the south of that is the footpath extension, which essentially extends the existing footpath to the west in front of those bungalows there. Concerns are raised in respect to the relationship of the pair of dwellings to the far east of the site there, in reference to the amenity impacts on the adjacent dwelling as previous. Just to note, there's a landscape buffer to the rear of those gardens as well, and there's an existing hedge along the western boundary separating the sort of westernmost dwelling with the existing bungalow adjacent. So as you can see from the street scene view there, the sort of general proposed housing types, fairly sort of consistent in terms of how they are, albeit some appear to include chimneys and others don't. Some include an integral garage and some have detached properties, but nonetheless, sort of general kind of design that you would see across this district. Concerns are raised, though, in respect of the visual impact of this development against the character of the area, particularly the existing built form, as you head westward along High Road. So again, just some indication of the elevations of the properties and floor plans. This is a drainage plan, which, apologies, hasn't come through very clearly, but it's there for reference should anyone wish to refer to it. But ultimately, surface water is proposed to be managed on site and then via the sort of the swales, and foul water is proposed to be connected to an existing Anglian water connection point at the far western end of the site there. So just looking at sort of site photographs, obviously views here along High Road, as you can see, the general sort of character of that area, pretty open, agricultural, and you can see number 1 there is obviously the number 156, which is the sort of the nearest most bungalow, and that obviously, as I say, continues, that row of bungalows continues along. So just to recap, the application's a full application for 9 dwellings, including formation of accesses and that pedestrian footpath. It is preceded by relevant planning history set out in the officer report, in respect, as I mentioned, about the PIP application and the full application for a lower quantum of development. It's considered that this development, being 9 two-storey dwellings, would have an adverse impact on the sort of the general character of the area and the openness of this part of Newton, which is on the edge of a rural village, so a detrimental impact to that character of the area. And then in addition to that, due to the proximity and positioning of the pair of semi-detached dwellings to that far eastern edge, adjacent to number 118, it's considered that that could potentially result in visual dominance and a poor outlook from occupiers of that dwelling. In addition to that, the development is in flood zones 2 and 3. That does require the successful completion of a sequential test and, where necessary, the exception test. Whilst it's considered that the sequential test has passed, given that the permission in principle has been granted, the application isn't considered to achieve wider community benefits as required by the first part of the exception test, particularly in view of the policy conflicts and negative aspects of the development. And it's considered, therefore, that the policy conflicts with the development plan outweigh any benefits otherwise accrued. The recommendation is for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Gavin. We have 2 sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Pritchard, he's an objector, to make his presentation to the committee. When you're nicely seated, Mr. Pritchard, you can start to make your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members, Chairman. I've been asked to represent those who object to this development. It contravenes the District Plan 2014 policies, which have been stated. This is not an infill development. It has more than 2 properties or buildings being built inside this zone, and it was based originally on up to 6 properties being built. We now have 9, which was given in principle earlier. New development would only be supported where it demonstrates that it contributes to sustainability of this settlement, which this development does not. Where it will result in the loss of high agricultural land, comprehensive evidence was to be provided. We haven't seen that. The Newton plan also defines Newton as a small rural village, and this number of developments is not required. The Fenland local plan defined Newton as a small village, requiring only additional 6 dwellings, and these have already been accommodated with current planning approvals. And since then, several other multi-developments have been granted planning, are in the process of being built. We also have other brownfield sites in the village which could be developed. The emerging Fenland plan 2050, without this plan, more high-grade agricultural land will be permanently lost. We're losing that here. There is pressure on habitat species and the ecosystem. Cambridgeshire being very flat, there is significant risk of flood water as a result of intense rainfalls. The strategic environmental assessment regulations should also be used for this development. There have been no assessments been undertaken, particularly those relating to the flood zone 3 and high-grade agricultural land being lost. I also understand that there is an Act 2006 for the Rural and Environmental Protection, and I'd like to know if that has been considered with this application. The initial permission in principle was up to 6 dwellings. The subsequent planning for 9 was rejected. We're now looking at a new development of 9, which does not have planning in principle. Some comments on the recently uploaded documents which the planners have noticed. The flood risk states that the floor levels are going to be 300 mil above the adjacent areas. There is a level 3.5 in the middle of the high road, which means the floor levels are going to be 3.84, which in the worst case is nearly 1.2 metres above the existing ground. This will elevate the buildings, making them much more higher than the adjacent bungalows, making this an imposing and dominant feature. These properties will be raised, they might be safe from flooding, but what about all the surrounding properties? The surface water control, this is a flood zone 3. the greatest risk of flooding. Neighbouring residents say that the dike at the front backs up and fills with water, and you intend combining it with this bit of construction. They're not sure which way the dike falls. On the drawing it says you're also going to find and reconnect the other end of the road at Rectory Cottage. This will surely direct even more water down to the site. How are you going to install, you're also going to install new road gullies on the highway to take its surface water, which hasn't been done for some time as the grips have been infilled, but they have now just been cleared. We can't see where all the water has been considered in your assumption and desktop flood risk assessment and calculations. The drawing shows the site having permeable areas and been discounted from the calculations, but as it's flood zone free, liable to flooding, we don't believe that deduction should have been taken into account. How are you also going to direct all the surface water into a small attenuation system at the back of the site, bearing in mind we have high water levels? Just how are you going to get even more water down the drain, which is also backing up, and how is it going to be controlled and maintained, and what is the plan when or if the area does flood? Path. Some drawings said it's going to be built, and then we have other drawings which say it is only proposed. So we'd like to know, is it going to be built or not? Sustainability. The houses proposed are mainly 4-bedroom, inferring families and children, requiring...
30 seconds.
Seconds left.
Oh,
carry on. No,
there's no amenities in the village, and this does not benefit the village.
Thank you very much. Mr Pritchard, members, questions, clarifications to Mr Pritchard, and Councillor Marks has got one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Pritchard. I take it you live fairly locally to this site.
Yes, yes. I'm down at the Grove, about on the bit of land which is actually adjacent to this. Hold on a moment. Sorry. Right. Councillor Marks had your microphone on, and you obviously didn't. So could you answer Councillor Marks' question with your microphone on, please? Thank you.
Yes, I live down Rectory Road.
Okay, and so have you known flooding in that area before?
Sorry,
I didn't.
When you finish speaking,
Right.
There we go.
Have you known flooding in this area before?
It's my picture with the dike being filled with water, and in the recent rainfalls, the adjacent field was full of water for quite a long period of time.
Okay, anybody else at all? Well, I'll just say, just as a comment then, Newton in the Isle Parish Council, they seem to me, in the report, saying they support the application. So have you got any comments on that? Thank you.
I've been to the parish council meetings. I would say the majority of the village are not in support of this or further development in the village. The parish council passed this, I believe, on the basis that the footpath was going to be constructed, which the last planning meeting, where they decided there wasn't adequate space and the footpath was then not going to be built. But I think the only benefit for the village and why the parish council passed that at the meeting was because they were going to get an extended footpath.
It's been, I'm just trying to get to it, and I will. It was, what did they say, parish council? It didn't say when they supported it. They did raise some concerns. Members noted the concerns raised by some residents regarding surface water drainage, but they resolved to support the application subject to the above concerns being addressed by the appropriate statutory consultees. So that means flooding and highways and all that sort of thing. So basically, as read out by me today, they're in support of it, aren't they?
I've seen FRA have said they have no objection, but whether the drawings have been checked and the designs are adequate, I can't tell you that. All I know is that is a flood zone free, liable to planning, in accordance with policy that it should be constructed on when there are other areas available to be built on.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else got any more questions for Mr. Pritchard? No, thank you very much. Very good of you. Thank you very much for doing your presentation. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Clark, he's the applicant, Mr. Walford and Mr. Humphrey. They're of course the agents to make their presentations to the committee. You have got 5 minutes between you. So how you allocate that time is obviously up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you all again. Thanks for allowing us time to do this presentation. If I have time, I'll address Mr. Pritchard's concerns. Application is on a similar site to the already approved PIP at High Road, Newton. On the previous PIP application, members welcomed the community benefits which came with that application. Unfortunately, the follow-up application failed to clarify all outstanding information. I trust I'll now be able to show you what we have done with the new application to resolve these issues. Main concerns were drainage, both foul and surface water disposal. There is a manhole adjacent in the road next to the first bungalow on plot 1. So that there's a foul sewer that takes all our foul water. Also, the ditch to the front that Mr. Pritchard was concerned about is going to be filled in to allow for a new footpath. Members were concerned at the last meeting there wasn't enough width. So the design is that we fill the ditch, put a new footpath and cut new swales and surface water. The surface water will run towards the bungalows where there was a dike which has been piped and filled in. We've had a drainage strategy that shows that this is piped up to the north level drainage board culvert that goes under the High Road to the IDB drain. And that's shown on the drainage strategy that Gavin showed earlier. Surface water will be attenuated via a crate system on site and discharged into the watercourse at the same rate as it would take at the moment. A new footpath has been added to the whole site frontage and beyond to take it round the corner of Rectory Road, adding a community benefit. This is what the parish council really wanted. They feel that's a dangerous corner, dangerous piece of road. People like to walk the square, and this part of High Road is the only part of High Road which hasn't got a footpath to it. So, in addition to that, it's been agreed with Highways that speed signage can be moved, making it a second community benefit. This doesn't have to be done to get it approved, but we said we would do it in addition to the footpath because parish welcomed it. In addition to those two benefits, we've added 4 semi-detached houses for first-time buyers. This was discussed when the PIP application went in. Members felt all the houses were probably on the large side, and someone wanted or suggested we should accommodate houses for village people. So the Environment Agency have no objection, subject to the finished floor level being 300 mil above ground level, not 1.2 metres above road level, as Mr. Pritchard said. So it'll be 300 mil above ground level, which is general building practice. Parish Council do support the application, and it's the parish, not just one neighbour. Environmental Health have no objection, North Level Drainage Board have no objection, archaeologists have no objection. Highways confirm that the visibility displays are acceptable as they are at the moment. although we have done a traffic survey and that proved that everything works. We've increased the size of the site to the rear to allow for us to have some biodiversity net gain land, and hence our site is slightly larger than the PIP that's already been approved. And so just to try and address Mr. Pritchard's concerns, the PIP's already been approved, he knows that. 9 dwellings, we've gone for 5 large but smaller than the original application.
30 seconds.
Okay, and to include the 4 first-time buyers, additional land for BNG, floor level we've discussed, drainage strategy shows that all drainage does work, and Mr. Pritchard probably set the precedent when he built his massive house on Rectory Road, which is what's good for the goose, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Humphrey. As you made the presentation, I suppose members would like to address their concerns, clarifications to you. So Councillor French first, then Councillor Marks, then Councillor Benny. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Humphreys. As you're aware, last time I wasn't very happy with this application, but I would like to say I see a massive improvement. At least you've got some answers this time. Flooding, obviously, you know, I'm very concerned about that. So I'm guessing that the dike is a riparian dike, part of the way it looks, it would be part of County Council Highways dike as well, but they never take responsibility. So I'm guessing that you've got permission from them to pipe that. That's the first question. Speed reduction in 10.24. Are you proposing to bring the speed limit down?
Yes, we are. The proposal is to move the existing speed limit signs that shows again on the plan, if Gavin can get it up.
It's on that one as well.
Sorry,
yeah.
Okay, it does show on that one, if you can see. No, the writing's too small. The speed limit signs are being moved towards the corner so that traffic is slowed down as it comes into the village. Highways don't need it, but we.
Yeah, footpath. Are you installing a new footpath?
Yes, we will be. We, as shown in orange on that plan, we could have shown the footpath coming in past the first bungalow and then cutting into our site and not delivering a footpath for general public. But we knew we spoke with Parish Council who wanted this footpath, so we said we would change our design, put it as a footpath should be. And what this will also do, we're putting curbs, and the surface water from the road will go into the swale and ditch that we've shown, and will go get carried away as the same method as water from our crates on site.
Okay, you've finished, Councillor French now, have you? Yes. Okay, Councillor Marks then, thank you, then Councillor Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Humphreys. As I say, it's nice that we're sitting here this time round and we get some answers to questions. Number one question to this is the footpath. Will that then be adopted by Highways, or will that be yourselves who will be looking, or your client who will be looking after that? First question.
We'd certainly be looking for it to be adopted. We'll be making an application for it to be adopted.
Okay, and second question, you mentioned crates for water, so holding water on site, I guess underground crates. So if that's the case, are you going to have a management company who will then look after these? Because once they've been given, they'll be on somebody's land, they won't be on each property's land. And my concern is, as we've seen on another development, that they need upkeep as well and cleaning out occasionally. So is there going to be a management company in place for that?
Yes, there will be a management company to take care of that, and the joint accesses and the joint shared entrances. So that will all be included in one management agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll bring Councillor Benny in now. Thank you. Waiting patiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Most of the points that I was going to raise have already been addressed by passed by my colleagues and answered by the applicant. I would like to say that when this came before, I agree with Councillor French. It was a poorly put together application, and we weren't getting the answers that we were looking for. I would like to compliment you on what you've come back with. I feel that you community benefit in terms of offering affordable housing for members of the local community, reducing the speed limits along there, and installing the footpath. I feel very happy that you've addressed the concerns that we had before. I'd compliment you on your design.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come in now then. Yes, I concur with what other members have said, but one thing I have noticed that there doesn't appear to be any street lamps incorporated in this development at all along the paths or wherever you want to put them. It's 100 metres, the width of the development. So would you be prepared to put some street lamps in there? Because I think it's imperative that one does so. But having said that,
there is one street light there already, Mr. Chairman.
Is that okay? Councillor Middleton? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Humphreys about the neutral grassland you have at the front of the development and also at the back. Who is going to be responsible for those? Will you have a management company, or will this be, what's going to happen to them? And also, one more, sorry, just add to that. You said you're filling in in one of the images we saw a ditch that's going to be filled in to make a way for the footpath, and then you're going to create another one at the back of it. What is the distance from the current ditch to the new swale you're going to create at the back?
Yes, we are filling the existing ditch, putting the footpath, and then digging a new ditch behind the new footpath. And sorry, what was the second part of your question?
The neutral grassland you have at the front, and also it appears behind each plot as well. Behind the 1.2 meter proposed post, there's also a neutral area. Who's going to maintain the upkeep of that?
Yeah, so with the new scheme, we had to be B&G compliant. So we've got the strip along the back with access on the east side, so everyone can get to it without going through another garden. That was a requirement for B&G, and then we needed an extra buffer, so we did the frontage again because it was a common area. So those areas, there'll be, if approved, there will be an informative condition or some sort of requirement for us to submit a B&G plan, which will go into more detail on how that will be delivered, how we maintained, and how it will be looked after for the next 30 years. So that will come as by virtue of the B&G requirement upon us if approved. But we've got the sort of concept in place and where it will be in the demonstrated area that we need to achieve the 10% improvement. But yeah, essentially it will be part of the management company, but it's to be decided as part of the B&G plan. But yeah, it will be part of the same management company that Peter mentioned.
Okay. Any more questions at all? No? Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Members, questions, clarifications to officers? No? Not at all? No, thank you. So I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So we're in debate, guys, and Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll kick this one off. This one came in front of us before when we all sat at the boathouse. I was totally confused with the application, as I think most of the committee were at the time. I think we've had a lot of questions answered today, which I have to say have given me peace of mind, which I didn't have before on the last application. Yeah, it sounds like certainly the agent took it back and they've actually tried to work with everybody. Yes, I know we're now looking at 9 houses as opposed to 6, but again, they're smaller properties, which we know we need in Fenland at the present time, and certainly in the rural communities as well. There's lots of families having to move away, and it's breaking families up because there just isn't these type properties. So I have to say on this occasion, I think again I will have to go against officer's recommendation, and I would actually want to agree this proposal.
Thank you. Obviously, relevant conversation there you had, Councillor Marks. Councillor Benny, you can follow that, no doubt.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I feel this application has addressed, I think the applicants listened to the concerns of the committee. If we don't give a steer in terms of where we feel things are wrong, and then they come back after they've addressed those issues, I think that we would be remiss to not support the application. I think that the extra community benefit in terms of speed reduction and the low-cost housing that's coming in, which will help the village, that's always a much needed part of any community. This is as well. I would be very happy to support this application.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Benny. Anybody else at all? No, thank you very much. I think it's nearly all been said. So I'm closing the debate now. Officers, would you like to come in there, please?
Yes, if I could, through you, Chair, just to sort of summarise some of the points that have been made. I think, firstly, just to clarify, having had another look at the site there in terms of existing lighting and street lighting, there is a street lamp outside of the existing bungalow. I think, I don't know what the number is of the bungalow, but it's the one nearest to the site. Other than that, there is no street lighting across the frontage. So I think just to clarify the point that Mr Humphries made there, but notwithstanding that, if this is in highway land, I'm not sure if it is, but I think if it is in highway land, then I would probably assume that as part of that specification for the footpath, they would seek to secure lighting as part of their adoption process anyway. I think just to come back on some of the public benefits that have been discussed in terms of the speed reduction, I think if I just refer members to section 10.25 of the report, Highways Authority have basically said as the displays have been prepared in accordance with the surveyed speed, it is not considered necessary to relocate the change in speed limit. However, it's understood that this would be beneficial to the wider area as per the parish's request and to be secured by the developer separately to this application. So I think in terms of giving any weight to that, in terms of public benefit, it's not necessary, so it wouldn't meet the tests of us securing it. And in addition to that, it's a separate process with no confirmed outcome. So I think if members are minded to give that any weight, I'd be cautious. I think secondly, in terms of the footpath and the public benefits of the footpath, which have been discussed, I think as sort of referred to in the report, that public footpath really just serves the development. Whilst it continues eastwards, it doesn't actually then connect up to any other existing footpath. And I think we've had subsequent applications that have confirmed that it wouldn't actually be able to continue northwards along Church Road, I think it is, Rectory Road, sorry, because of land ownership issues, etc., and highway extent. So the footpath itself, whilst beneficial to the development and necessary in terms of enabling future occupiers to access the sort of wider extents of Newton from a pedestrian point of view, is literally a sort of an expectation that's required to mitigate the impacts of the development itself rather than providing wider public benefits. And I think other than that, really, I don't think there's anything else. So it's just really a case of making sure members are clear on what they think those wider public benefits are that outweigh the flood risk, as well as obviously consideration to residential amenity and visual impacts, which I've not heard any debate on at this time. Thank you.
Okay, we're still in questions to officers. I'll take Councillor French. Hopefully we've got one, and then I'll take Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Just to go back with what Gavin's just said about County Council and the speed reduction, I find that absolutely weird that they wouldn't give any weight to this. The applicant and the agent have said they would fund this. All town and parish councils do LHI, local highway improvements, and it takes 2.5 to 3 years. Now, if the parish council was to do that, it would cost them a considerable amount of money, plus another 2 years. So the agent and the applicant have offered this, and I think we should accept that. And I don't think they'll pull out of that, will you?
I think it's absolutely imperative. I think it's imperative that we have a reduction in speed limit, as you quite rightfully so. If we do an LHI bid, they do one in 2025. It'll be 2027, 28 before it's absolutely implemented. The scheme is absolutely, LHI scheme is broken as far as that's concerned. But that's for another day. Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Really echoing what Councillor French has already said, but one question, could we condition the 30 mile an hour? Is that within our power?
So just obviously having regard to the planning, the test of planning conditions as set out in national policy, highways have expressly set out that it's not necessary to mitigate the impacts of this development, so therefore if it's not necessary, that's one of the tests, and if it fails that test, we can't secure conditions reasonably on that basis, so no is the answer.
Okay, thank you. I mean, health and safety these days is, you know, we're talking about a pavement as well, which is a total benefit as well. I mean, yeah.
Although we can't, sorry, Councillor Benny, I'll let you come in and I'll sum up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I personally feel that this footpath, although it may not completely encircle the village, we've had it in other areas where we've had an application and somebody wants to put a footpath in, and the previous application didn't put it in, and you end up with a gap. And then when we're doing this one, you then say, well, it doesn't go anywhere. You need a footpath. It would be nice if that had been included in the previous application. So we may not have a complete encirclement of Newton with this path, but that has made it further. And maybe at a later date, those landowners will feel that the benefit would be good if they wanted to allow that. And we won't end up with a gap. So I think that there is good cause to accept this. I think anything as councillors, we always fight for money. We fight for anything that is beneficial, and I see nothing detrimental to this, only benefit.
Mr. French?
I've listened to what Gavin said about the highways. I still think it's absolutely atrocious. What I would suggest to the developer, if this application is approved, apply for a local highway improvement third-party rights, which you will get through County Council. It does take a while. The 2023-24 for March at the moment still hasn't, so it takes 2-3 years to get things done. But I certainly would go for a local highway improvement under a third rights request.
It's absolutely bonkers when somebody says, okay, everybody, the parish council wants it, the applicant's happy to do it, and it's held up by highways saying they don't need it. It's absolutely bonkers, and it just goes back to the application, and I shouldn't say this probably, but I'm going to, the White Road application. Are they doing absolute due diligence? Who on earth would say it's not needed a speed reduction? It just beggars belief, to be honest. But did you want to come in there, Councillor?
Yes, I totally agree with you, both these applications. As a Cambridge County Council councillor who sit on highways and transport, I most certainly will be bringing this up at the next meeting.
Any more questions to officers at all? No? No, thank you. So, yes, David, thank you.
Thank you, through you. I think probably just to point out to members, obviously there's been quite a bit of discussion around the highways issue, around drainage as well, and indeed around the sort of the benefits that may or may not arise from the application in terms of footpaths, speed limits, etc. I would just point out to members, however, that the sort of recommended reasons for refusal do talk about the sort of the two-storey nature of the development, visual dominance, appearance, incongruous sort of appearance within the street scene, and also the impacts on the neighbouring property. And would point out that those reasons for refusal are consistent with the ones that the committee went with previously in terms of refusing the application. So while I think some comments have been made in support of the application that's now in front of members, those issues perhaps do need addressing as part of the debate, and to be addressed in terms of it, particularly if members are sort of looking to go against the recommendation to grant the application.
Well, you've just, David's eloquently read out what we need to do to address the situation, what we refused it on last time. Has anybody got any firm answers to that?
Sorry, are we back in debate again?
Yeah, we'll have to. We'll have to, because there's certain things we've not addressed, as David's pointed out.
Okay, so a lot of LP16, from what I can understand, is subjective anyway. I mean, the village does have two-storey houses. I know they're within a distance of this, so I personally don't see that's going to really affect any street scene or anything from there. We've also, what was LP, visual dominance. Again, they are quite a long way back on the plot. So they've got the driveway in front of them and stuff, so they do stand further back. So I think they're going to have less impact into the actual area itself. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Senate Clough.
Thank you, Chair. I think in the previous debate, we discussed how when this application was brought before us at the boathouse, we had a lot of questions that went unanswered. The application has gone back. All of our questions have been resolved. There are, as Councillor French pointed out, there's going to be a lot of investment in terms of pedestrian safety. The flooding issues, they've been discussed at length. I put a note on my paper about asking questions about the fact that it's in flood zones 2 and 3. I feel that they've been adequately addressed by the agent talking about the infrastructure that's going into the ground. So I think there is a difference between when it was brought to us before and now, in terms of our views then have changed because we've got far greater information, in-depth information.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean we have overlooking and you know, the relationships to other buildings in every application that comes before us. There are very, very few places that don't have any overlooking, and when you've been next to an open field, anything is going to encroach into your view probably. But nobody's entitled to a view. That is fairly well accepted, and you know, this application has changed, and with every application, it isn't just one specific thing that we look at, and it isn't about policy. It was said when we had planning training that planning is where you put ideas in a bowl and you mix it up and you take the overall answer of what you come out with, and therefore you can give different weight to different aspects of the application. And this certainly falls in that category, and I think that, you know, we may not have addressed that as we should have done last time. We certainly the committee, in the time that I've been here, we have turned things down on if it's had 3 reasons, and I've stepped in and said, what do you want to turn this down on? Because if you turn it down on LP3, you cannot change the location of somewhere. You can address a view or an overlooking, you can address other issues, but it's very difficult to. So I think the committee should maybe be a little bit more aware of, if we refuse things, what we refuse them on, if applications come back. And maybe that was something where we maybe didn't look at this quite as we should have done last time. But I'm quite happy with the mix of benefits and community benefit, and even the extra houses which bring, you know, affordable housing in. I think it's much needed for the community, and I feel that is another reason why we could support this.
Yeah, I'll come in there. I've got something that's on the same lines. I'm just not going to reiterate too much. I'm just, myself as a person, I'm more than confident this current application will bring a community benefit. It will bring much needed smaller houses, more affordable houses for village people to stop in the village. It's been reiterated before. I do feel, although probably the path is, I think it is adequate, I think it will bring a community benefit to the village, and also with the correct lighting as well will be an absolute benefit. I really do. It's a different application to last time, and I just feel that I can support this in its entirety, really. So, you can.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, my role is to provide some clarity on some planning issues, and obviously members have been talking about the previous reasons for refusal and very much drilled into a couple of them. Obviously, the council had looked at a scheme for 6 units on this site previously. They were 2-storey. They were, I think it's 5 of them were basically in the same position as these 5 are. and this application now increases the quantum of development from 6 till 9. None of the matters that we've spoken about talks to that actual increase in bulk and volume on the site rather than a reduction. You know, comments have said, you know, we think they're now acceptably step back. That step back hasn't changed. The previous reason for refusal still stands as is, and that's my concern, is that, you know, while some of the other, you know, you've been able to provide community benefits in relation to flooding and other things may fall away, and when you look at an application freshly, there is some level of subjectivity. But what members now need to consider is, as a committee, as a decision maker, as an authority, we decided there was harm to 6 dwellings on that site, with 5 of them basically being broadly identical to the application we have now. The other one, actually, while it's been set back slightly, has actually now grown to 4 units to provide 2 lots of semi-detached. And members need to challenge the issue that, why did the council find 6 of a smaller bulk in basically the same situation unacceptable previously, and now, with a relatively, arguably, a greater bulk level of built form on there, greater impact on the character, why is it now acceptable? That's separate to the other interviews, which you were able to say that may have overcome, but just as a point of principle, I think we members need to talk to that issue. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that. I'm sure Councillor French has got some views on that. So carry on.
Thank you. Quite simply, the reason we refused it last year, it was a bad application. It could have been 6, it could have been 9, it could have been 25. The application was appalling, as the agent quite rightly points out. It is a quality application this time. So it wasn't a case it was just 6, it was just a very bad application, and that's why it was refused last year. This application is totally different.
Councillor Marks?
I think also, when we look at the application now, yes, it has gone from 6 to 9, but it brings more benefit also to the local village, or it brings smaller properties, which we know we're crying out for in Fenland. So I personally, it's almost a new application.
Well, it is a new application, isn't it? So, yeah, I mean, I think we're going round in circles here. I think the committee, being the decision makers here, have got this absolutely right. We've looked upon the do's and the benefits it brings, and I think it does bring those benefits. So I'm going to close the debate now because we're just going round in circles, aren't we? Stephen, have you got anything to say before I close it?
No, just add to what Matt said, that if members won't want to approve this, then the Constitution does require that members explain why there's been a change in planning circumstances between a relatively recent refusal last year and the decision today. So members do need to focus on the reasons for refusal of this proposal, as suggested, and the reasons of the previous refusal. So that needs to be in members' minds when they're explaining why, with planning reasons, they might wish to approve this application.
I thought we probably had done, Stephen, really, to be honest, but Councillor French?
Thank you. Yes, we're going to break for tea now. Can we get the officer to look up and tell us what was the exact reasons we refused it? So if we'll
need break for tea now, Councillor French, so they can get
if
them.
not, you can use property in planning.
Sure, the agents of the officers have got it under control.
Thank you, through you, Chairman. So, reason for refusal 1 from the application last year was policy LP 16D of the Fenland Local Plan 2014 requires development to deliver high quality environments that make a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of an area, enhancing their setting and responding to and improving the character of the local built environment, whilst not adversely impacting on the street scene, settlement pattern or landscape character of the surrounding area. The proposal is for the construction of 6 two-storey dwellings on land currently used for agricultural farming on the edge of the village alongside existing single-storey bungalows. The proposal would introduce large detached two-storey dwellings which would appear visually dominant, overly prominent and incongruous in the street scene, to the significant detriment of the visual amenity of the area. If permitted, the development would consequently be to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area
and contrary to the above policy of the local plan.
Bring in Councillor Benny first, and I'm going to bring in Councillor Marks second. So if you'd like to crack on.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, if we turned it down on the scale, the scale of this application, these are smaller houses than they were before. I feel that that has totally addressed this issue. You know, these are smaller houses. They were the 6 that were there before were much bigger. Even the larger houses on here are smaller than the 6 were before, and the other 4. I hate to keep going back to community benefit, but you know, we need small houses for people. If not, they don't, where do they live? So I feel that the fact that the houses have been reduced in scale addresses that.
So I suppose it's more acceptable to the committee to have smaller houses to overcome the previous refusal. That's to sum it all up, isn't it? Okay. So Councillor Marks, have you got anything to add to it?
I think it's in keeping with the village, to be fair, and the word that was used there was large. Well, these aren't large. These are everyday households which are smaller and give more, as we've already heard, give more benefit.
Right. Councillor Benny?
Yeah. I mean, also, the impact, it's always spun that it's a negative impact. I don't view this as a negative impact. I feel this is a positive impact on the community. You know, it completes the street scene, and it doesn't have a negative effect at all. We see every month where there's houses being built, and you think, oh dear, you know, the field like space. And by the time you drive back out past it in a year's time, it fits in, and you think, you know, actually they look really good there. And I think that is forward thinking, and you know, having an open mind to these things and not being tied to constraints.
Okay, Councillor Marks, I think.
Sorry, I think also the other thing is on the previous application, we didn't have clarity. We didn't have clarity on the drainage. We didn't have clarity on the footpath. But the agent has come today, having listened to what we've said previously, and they've put a proposal in here that works. So.
Well, I'm convinced now. I'm absolutely convinced that we've got the right coming to the right decision here. I don't think we can add more to it really. I'm going to close the debate once and for all next. I think we're going round in circles. We can do no more. I'm going to bring officers in, and then Matt, you can say your little bit if you need to again.
Through your Chairman, all I can say is that obviously 5 of the properties that were found to be unacceptable are basically the same in this instance. And while I know obviously this scheme does now contain a number of smaller properties, you know, which obviously there is obviously a differential relationship in relation to housing mix, which, you know, is a matter, for want of a better term, subjective, whether you can weigh in the process. I think saying that it's now acceptable in design terms when we found it unacceptable, you know, within the last year, to be very broadly consistent is very difficult to explain what the difference is if you've actually said that the 5 main quantum of developers are the same in principle. But obviously, at the end of the day, members, we can only provide you advice. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Matt. So I'm going to bring this to a close now. So I'm going to go for a proposal here. Do I go for a proposal to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? Simple as that. Moving on. Who's going to propose to go with officer recommendation to refuse? No, so that's fallen by the wayside. So I need another proposal, please, and the reasons for doing so. Councillor Marks.
I think we can keep this one fairly simple. To go against officer's recommendation as per everything we've just spoken about that we've put forward as a committee.
So just for the tape or the YouTube, so to speak, can you articulate?
Okay, firstly, benefit to the community by there being 9 properties as opposed to 6 previously. The road safety aspect of there being the 30 mile an hour and also the footpath. The drainage has now been resolved as well. Do you want me to continue?
I don't think you need to, else we'll be having a tea. Councillor Frederick, I can bring you in if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, I
Or
would
do you
just
just
like-
want to second it?
Yeah, I'll second it. But I'd just like to point out that it is a policy document, and sometimes we as councillors interpret the policy as different from the officers, and that is a quality right to do so.
Yeah, often we see things in a different light to officers, and this is just happened to be one of the occasions that we have done. So, did you want to?
Yes, the reason for refusal number 3 relates to the failure to produce pass the exception test in terms of whether there's any community benefit. So that should also be addressed.
Okay, well,
That's the reason for refusal.
community benefit straight away is there's a path and there's reduction of 30 to a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit on a roadside.
Although it should be borne in mind by members that that 30-mile-an-hour limit reduction is not within the applicant's control and is not before you today, because that's not a matter within district councils.
Okay, we will just go with the footpath. It's got to be a community benefit. It's keeping people, children and stuff off the roadside, walking down a roadside. We can see it's on a junction, and it goes around the junction as well. So road safety.
Yeah, I think we can go into. I think I'm completely satisfied, so I'm going to take that. So I'm going to move on because it'll be tea time soon. So we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor French. So can I have a show of hands on that, please? Sorry, with conditions. So I'm going to go. I'll just carry on for just a second, Councillor Marks, with conditions. So I would like to be involved in the conditions with that, to be fair, and see the outcome of that. So I'd like to be included in that, and I think Councillor Marks would as well. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that, but I will be speaking to Highways, and I want to know why they're not supporting this.
So to sum it all up, we're going to delegate the conditions to officers, but with Councillor Marks and myself. Anybody else? Do you want to come in for this, Councillor French? No, you would like to, and Councillor French being informed as well, consultation as well. So that application unanimously was approved. You'd like to? Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to stop now. Unanimously, that application was approved. Thank you. Now, 17 minutes past 3. I would like you back by 3:30 because we've got lots and lots and lots to get through. Thank you. Thank you, members, for being back promptly. Now I'll hand over to Kimberly Crowe. She's a Development Officer here at Fenland to present application FYR 24/0846F, agenda item number 9. So, Kimberly, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Chair, this application is for the erection of a single-storey two-bed dwelling and associated works at land northwest of 2 High Street, Mainey. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site is situated within the rear garden of 2 High Street and fronts onto Orchard Way, which is a residential cul-de-sac. Neighbouring properties are situated to the northwest and northeast of the application site, and the site is situated within flood zone 1. An application was refused on the 22nd of May 2023, which included the erection of a single-storey two-bed dwelling on site. The proposed site plan for this application is shown on the screen. This application was considered contrary to policy LP16D due to the constrained nature of the site, which would result in a development at odds with the prevailing form of development. The proposal would consequently create an incongruous feature and unattractive feature, which would fail to demonstrate that it made a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area. The application was also considered contrary to policies LP2 and LP16H due to the provision of insufficient private amenity space. The proposed site plan for this application is shown on screen. The proposed dwelling would be situated approximately 1.6 metres from the back edge of the footpath. Tandem parking would be situated to the south of the dwelling, with garden space situated to the north. This slide just shows the proposed elevations for the previous refusal on site, and then the next slide will show the elevations proposed for this application. The proposed floor plans for this application are shown on screen, and the proposed street scene for this application. So some site photographs on the screen. Photo 1 shows the existing fence that currently encloses the rear garden of number 2 High Street. Photo 2 is looking south-eastwards along Orchard Way, with the bungalow to the northwest of the site on the left-hand side of the photo. The proposed dwelling would sit forward of this dwelling on the left-hand side, approximately 1.6 metres from the back edge of the footpath. Photo 3 is looking northwest along Orchard Way, showing the bungalows opposite the site. And photo 4 shows the bungalows to the northwest of the application site in the context of that fence. So the eastern side of Orchard Way is predominantly characterised by single-storey detached dwellings with dual-pitched roofs and driveways situated to the side for tandem parking. The dwellings are set back from the street scene with small grassed or paved front gardens. This character is also reflected on the western side of Orchard Way, albeit the 2 dwellings immediately opposite the proposed dwelling on site differ in character slightly, as they feature single-storey front projections with dual-pitched roofs. These dwellings do, however, feature integral garages and small grassed front gardens. Due to the constrained nature of the site, the proposal results in a development at odds with the prevailing form of development as a result of its lack of front garden area and proximity to the back edge of the footway. The proposal would create an incongruous and unattractive feature which fails to demonstrate that it makes a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area, and will ultimately have an adverse impact on the street scene. The application is therefore contrary to the requirements of policy LP16 of the Fenland plan and local plan, and as such is recommended for refusal.
Yep, thank you, Kimberly. We have one set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Sally Church, the applicant, and Rebecca White, the agent, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. I acknowledge Kim's comments regarding the constrained nature of the site and the proximity of the bungalow to the back edge of the footway. However, I'd like to highlight that the proposed development aims to make efficient use of the available space while ensuring that it fits in with its surroundings. The site currently features a 6-foot close-boarded fence along the back edge of the highway. The application will remove this unattractive feature, and that in itself must be considered as having a positive impact on the street scene along Orchard Way. The application has also received 8 letters of support from local residents, including the direct neighbours, and has had no objections from statutory consultants. Yes, the bungalow is closer to the highway than that of 6 Orchard Way, but not as close as 2 High Street. If the bungalow was able to be set back at the same distance as 6 Orchard Way, it would then look at odds against 2 High Street. It is also worth noting that 6 Orchard Way is set 1 metre closer to the highway than that of 8 Orchard Way, which is creating a staggered look along the street elevation. And if you pull a building line along the front of 6 Orchard Way, the position of the new bungalow actually meets this line. Therefore, we have developed a solution that strikes a balance between the 2 adjacent buildings whilst ensuring compliance with all relevant planning policies, including the private amenity space, parking and quality of living for future residents. In contrast to the judgment that the bungalow would create an incongruous and unattractive feature, I challenge that the architectural design incorporates elements that reflect the character and style of the existing neighbourhood. The use of sympathetic materials and a complementary colour palette ensures that the bungalow will not only blend in but also enhance the visual appeal of the area. Furthermore, the bungalow's design includes landscape features within the small front garden added to the bungalow, with soft greenery and softening the building's appearance, contributing positively to the overall street elevation. Regarding policy LP16 of the Fenland local plan, I firmly believe that this proposal does, in fact, make a positive contribution to local distinctiveness and character. The bungalow's design respects the scale and form of nearby properties and introduces a modern yet sympathetic addition to the neighbourhood. In conclusion, I hope the Planning Committee will consider the broader benefits of this proposal and the potential for the positive impact it holds. Thank you for your time and consideration. I will now pass over to the applicant, who will speak further about their need to build the bungalow.
So, hello, I'm Sally Church. So I currently am the owner of number 2 High Street in Mainey. The main purpose of our application is to build a bungalow within the grounds of our property for so we can actually provide a home close to us for my mum. She's just behind me, sitting very quietly. For context, my mum is in ailing health. In the last few years alone, she's had several falls and a stroke, and as she lived in South Essex at the time, and me being an only child, this meant emergency time of work for myself and frequent long drives for us to take her to appointments, food shopping, etc. So we took the decision to actually move her closer to us. She is currently in rented accommodation, which I'm sure you can imagine is very costly and is not really suitable for her needs. And as she is no longer able to drive and with limited mobility, I still have to make frequent trips to visit and look after her. With approval of this application, we will be able to continue caring for my mum in her own property, which will enable her to maintain her current level of independence for as long as possible, with the added peace of mind that she's only next door. It will also mean that my husband and I, when older, we will have somewhere for when we are ready to downsize from our current home, whilst remaining in Mainey, which is actually a community that we've grown very fond of.
Thank you very much for your presentation, ladies. Members, questions, clarifications to anyone? Councillor Marks, then I'll come in after Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, Mainey is my ward. I know Orchard Way fairly well, as I do most of Mainey. One question to that, obviously moving your mum in there, you're not looking to split the deeds or anything, it will just purely be for your mum to live in?
Sorry, yeah. At the moment, yes, but if I refer you back to our future plans, my husband and I would like to be able to move there once we want to downsize from our place.
Thank you.
Yeah, so in your presentation, just can you confirm to me, both neighbours, both sides support the application?
Yes, the neighbour who lives in number 5 Station Road, he actually backs onto the property, the area, and he is completely in favour of any form of development and is more than happy. And the neighbour who lives at number 6 Orchard Way is also happy for the development as well.
That's lovely. Anyone else at all before we let these ladies go? No? Thank you very much. Thank you. So, members, questions to officers, if you've got any members? Last chance. Questions to officers? No? Right. Okay. No? Okay. So now, thank you everybody. I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect to the material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. So basically we're in debate and Councillor Marks would like to kick it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As I've said previously, this is my area. I know Orchard Way. I don't believe it's going to have any particular visual impact with a bungalow there as opposed to a 6-foot fence. In fact, the 6-foot fence looks awful when you drive down there. There's a pavement. The property is being built closer to the curbside than the rest of the plots, but the plots don't sit in a straight line along there. They do sit at an angle. So I agree again with what the agent said. Also, regarding amenity space, it's a lady who's elderly. I would think trying to cut lawns and stuff like that is more difficult, as I've seen with my own mother-in-law when she lived with us. And the benefits, I believe, far outweigh. I know I'll be told by officers we shouldn't take that into consideration, but having an elderly parent live near you is a big bonus. And I know that another councillor around this table has had that much the same. I know there's probably not material planning, but I will fully support this application, I'm sorry, and go against officers' advice.
Okay, relevant points made, Councillor Marks. Anybody else at all? We're in debate. Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think Councillor Marks was talking about me. I wish I'd had the opportunity to have my parents as close to me as this. I looked after them for 6 years, and I know the trials and tribulations that you've got coming. I've lived it for a long time. I wish I could have persuaded my parents to buy the bungalow that was next door to my house at the time, so I could have put a gate in there just to pop through. The times you spend with silly little things that are important to your parents, that closeness is vital and important. So, for the need that is there in front of us, I too will be supporting this application today.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marks, back again, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, and probably I should have said as well, regarding the street scene, if you go to the T-junction across the road, there are a number of properties that literally butt onto the road. The door, you literally step off the pavement into those properties. The bungalows on the whole of that estate, none of them run in a particular line, as I say. So this is not, I don't believe, going to look out of keeping as long as it's within the same height and within the curtilage of the, as we've seen there now.
Thank you. Anybody wants to add to this debate? Councillor Sennett-Clough.
Just to come in and say I agree with Councillor Marks. The reality is the point about not having a front garden. There are lots of houses that do have space for a front garden, but they pave them over. So that, to me, seemed a bit of a moot point.
Thank you. Anybody else at all before I close this debate? Yeah, you've had your chance. That's it. The debate's closed. Officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. As members know, we're here as decision makers determining plan applications in accordance with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. Case law is clear that the ability to apply weight to various material considerations is generally within the gift of the decision maker. However, when case law is clearly explicitly said something isn't, such as a right to review or monetary value, we're not able to do that. There's also case law that says that personal circumstances, unless they are very special circumstances, should not be given weight in the decision-making process. We're allowed to have a multitude of special circumstances that can go together to become very special circumstances, but just personal circumstances alone, in most instances, will not be enough. And there's case law that says, which is unfortunate, but ageing alone is not a material consideration. And I would say that the ease and benefit to an offspring of somebody that's ageing would fall as something that would not normally fall within material consideration. So while I understand the heartfelt compassion I felt around this today from both members that have spoken along those lines, and I understand frustration as an only child, it will come my way, but it should not be given weight in the decision process. And I just really want to reiterate that. However much you feel that, those feelings, and while the members that have spoken have influenced, referred they will be passing those feelings, it's just for the other members as well, that we need to be looking at this in accordance with the development plan, unless material consideration indicate otherwise. You know, as Councillor Benny said, we'd all like to be able to accommodate our parents, and just because you physically have space to be able to do that doesn't mean in planning terms you can. We have to look at, this is a new dwelling. You know, at the end of the day, the design access statement says this is a market dwelling. Whether or not I'm not accusing the applicant of lying, but you know, at the end of the day, this is just going to be a dwelling that, if granted permission, will not be tied to this property, will not be tied to future occupiers, will be very constrained, and will have a very limited amenity space. And that's just the way that members need to look at this. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you for bringing that up. I'm sure members realise that. We've been at it a long time now, but thank you for doing that. Right. Anybody got any more questions to officers? No? Not at all? No, I can't see any more. Sorry?
Thank you, Chairman. Also, this is one of those cases, if I understand the way this might be going, is that we had a refusal only 20 months ago, May 2023. So if members want to propose approval in this case, they need to explain what has changed in planning terms since the refusal in May 2023. That's what the Code of Conduct says.
Yeah, okay. So, we've been told by legal that we need some reasons why we needed to try to reverse the decision we made in 2023. So, Councillor Marks, have you got any ideas how that needs to be achieved?
I guess, thank you, Chair. Firstly, can we hear what the last refusal, the grounds of the last refusal from officers, please?
So policy LP16D of the Fenland local plan requires that development demonstrates that it makes a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area, enhancing its local setting, responding to and improving the character of the local built environment, and does not adversely impact on the street scene or landscape character of the surrounding area. The proposal is for the construction of a single-storey two-bed dwelling. Due to the constrained nature of the site, the proposal results in a development at odds with the prevailing form of development. The proposal would consequently create an incongruous and unattractive feature which fails to demonstrate that it makes a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area, and will ultimately have an adverse impact on the street scene, and is therefore contrary to the requirements of policy LP16 of the Fenland Local Plan 2014. And we did also recommend refusal on policies LP2 and LP16H due to lack of sufficient private amenity space, but I think this application has overcome.
Just can I just ask, did that come to committee? Because I can't remember that. So that was officers' opinion, not a committee opinion.
Councillor French.
Can you tell me what's the difference between this application and the one that was refused?
David.
Through you, Chairman. So in terms of the siting of the dwelling is shown for the previous application here and then here. So as Kim's indicated, the position has been slightly shifted to the south, so there's more amenity space to address that second reason for refusal from the previous application. And these were the elevations previously, and that's now what's proposed.
Councillor Marks.
I think we go back to this famous word that Councillor Benny loves, subjective. And I think, had that come to committee, maybe we would have come to a different decision than planners at the time. There obviously has been change. We've heard that, and to be fair, that whole street is more elderly people who have smaller gardens along there. It is more of an elderly type cul-de-sac. And I think elderly people, so going forward, you know, I believe it will blend into the street scene for one, take away a 6-foot fence, which looks awful and over years will deteriorate, whereas we've got a nice looking property there. And number two, should at any point it need to be sold or whatever, the likelihood is it's going to have more elderly people who don't need such larger gardens because they find it difficult to maintain.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, of course, Matt. Yeah, please come back.
Mr. Chairman, all I just want to say is obviously this application is not age restricted property, and we should not determine applications on a potential. So what we should be determining is the application for us. Secondly, and Stephen, we have to provide a bit more guidance on this. Obviously, although it was an officer's decision, the council determined the application. So I'm guessing the code of conduct doesn't distinguish it. So, you know, a difference in circumstances isn't just officers made it or members made it or vice versa. The council legally determines the application. Thank you, Chairman.
Can I come back on that, Chairman, please?
Please do.
So two parts to that. The likelihood of having 6 or 7 children in a 1-bedroom bungalow, two-bedroom bungalow, you know, in a area like that, I think we know where that one's going to go further afield. But coming back to the other point, had this come to committee, had somebody actually they put 6 letters in or whatever, whoever the applicant was, it would have come to committee, and then maybe it would have been a different decision. Today, we're told we need to look on what we have in front of us today, and that's my view is that this is a good application.
So my understanding of this is it has been changed. There is more amenity space, so that objection falls away. Both neighbours seem to be, what the applicant has said, are in favour of it, and I think for me it will improve this. It will make a positive contribution to the street scene. It's sort of in keeping with the rest of the street. I'm going to disregard the lady's health or ill health, as the case may be. That's, as I said, that's not a material planning consideration, but I think it will make a positive to the street scene. So that's where I'm at this particular point. But I'm happy to listen to what anybody else has got to add to it. Do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission for this application? I'm looking round diligently to see if there is anybody, and my eyes fail me, so I can't see anywhere there. So, members, I'm looking for a different proposal. And the reasons. Councillor Marks, what's your proposal?
Okay, so my proposal, although I understand where officers are coming from, that we go against officer's recommendation on this occasion. This is a different proposal from the last one that was put in. We have more amenity space already. I know that we are saying there is still a lack of amenity space. However, I believe it is for an older person's bungalow.
Amenity space now.
Sorry?
There's not a lack of amenity space.
Okay, sorry. Right. So basically, LP16 yet again, as we keep hearing, is subjective. I believe it will fit into the local landscape. There are other properties around there that are closer to the road, and I think the bungalow will actually enhance it more than the fence that we see there at the present time. So can I add? I believe it's a better use of land.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So, I'm happy with those. So, have we got a second for that? Councillor Mifferton. So, going back a couple of minutes then, we've got a proposal to go against officer recommendation on this occasion, proposed by Councillor Marks, seconded by Councillor Mifferton, and so can I have a show of hands on that? With conditions delegated to officers, but of course, as we always say, not too onerous conditions. Is everybody happy with that?
Could I be involved in or see the conditions, please?
Yeah, I'm happy with just you looking at that. I don't really want to be involved in that. It seems to me it's going to be quite simple. Thank you very much. Not to say you can't do anything more difficult, Councillor Marks, but okay. So can we have a show of hands on that? So the application has been approved. Thank you very much, and that's unanimously as well. Thank you. Application number 10 now, don't we? Without further ado, I'll hand over once again to Kimberly Crowe to present application FYR 24/0366OF, agenda item number 10. So Kimberly, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the erection of a two-storey, two-bed dwelling involving a new access, demolition of existing outbuildings and a reduction in height of an existing front wall at land north east of 11 Clarkson Avenue, Wisbech. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. The site is situated within existing garden land associated with 11 Clarkson Avenue and fronts onto Tavistock Road. The site is situated within Bowthorpe Conservation Area, and neighbouring properties are situated to the northeast, southeast and northwest of the site. The site is also situated within Flood Zone 1. So the proposed site plan on the screen shows the proposed dwelling situated approximately 1.8 metres from the back edge of the footway. Private amenity space will be situated to the rear of the dwelling, with tandem parking proposed to the northeast of the dwelling. The site plan shows how the proposed dwelling would be situated in much closer proximity to the footpath than the neighbouring property to the northeast, which is set back approximately 5.2 metres from the footpath. The site plan also details how the existing garden land associated with number 11 would be carved up, resulting in a loss of generous garden land and therefore the loss of the historic layout of the site, which is a non-designated heritage asset. So the proposed elevations are shown on screen, which detail two-storey detached dwelling with limited detail regarding proposed materials. The rear elevation has been designed with limited fenestration to avoid overlooking to the rear. And those are the proposed floor plans shown on screen. And there is the proposed street scene. And some site photos. So photo 1 shows the existing outbuilding on the site, which is to be demolished. Photo 2 shows the neighbouring dwelling to the northeast of the site. Photo 3 shows another angle of the dwelling to the northeast and the outbuilding within the site. And photo 4 is looking southwest along Tavistock Road. You can see the neighbouring property to the northeast of the site. The proposed dwelling would sit significantly further forward than this dwelling, with approximately half of the depth of the proposed dwelling sitting forward of the principal elevation of this neighbouring property, which is indicated by the yellow line overlaying the photograph. The right-hand side of the photo also shows the modern dwelling, which is referenced in paragraph 9.9 of the officer report. So the proposed dwelling would be situated in close proximity to the back edge of the footpath and therefore would introduce a visual change within the street scene, appearing significantly out of character with the street scene and creating an incongruous feature within the prevailing character on this side of Tavistock Road. The location of the proposed dwelling within the existing garden land associated with number 11 would result in the loss of suitably generous garden land associated with a non-designated heritage asset and a loss of the historically designed layout of the site. The modern dwelling immediately opposite of the site is not considered comparable to the proposed dwelling, the northwestern side of Tavistock Road does not feature an established building line like that of the southeastern side where the site is located. The building is also set further back into the site and obscured from view by large existing trees when looking both southwest and northeast. As such, the proposal would fail to make a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area and results in less than substantial harm to the character and appearance of the Bowthorpe Conservation Area, and therefore would be contrary to both policies LP 16 Part D and LP 18 of the Fenland Local Plan, and is therefore recommended for refusal.
Yep. Very much. And just for the YouTube tape, Councillor Senate-Clough left the planning meeting at approximately 3:55. So it's just for the tape. Thank you. So we'll go on. We have two sets of speakers on this application. First, I'd like to invite Simon Hamilton Bing, an objector, to make his presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes when you feel ready to start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to reiterate my objection to this planning. In my opinion, this small, compact development squeezed into the end of a back garden lacks the volume and grandeur of its near neighbours. It lacks any aspect that could be tie-in to the general Victorian feel of the local area, making it look out of place. The one slight nod to the Victorian feature, the bay windows, would not be completely ineffective, only highlighting the differences between the old and the new by dint of the construction materials and proportions. This is sadly, and I don't say this callously, is very evident in the newer but much larger property of a similar style that lays opposite the proposed site. I've read the comments, the public comments in favour of the application, and from those quite close to the proposal and those further afield. And I do have some sympathy for those neighbours that look directly onto the wall and the old brick building. However, the lack of maintenance in recent years should not be a reason to demolish or remodel these period features, which sit wholly within the Bowthorpe Conservation Area. Instead, I would hope that any future owner is given encouragement and support to restore these features to their former glory. The wall was built in 1878, for interest. If the proposal was supported, it would be contrary to the intent of the Bowthorpe Conservation Area, and perhaps consideration should be given in future to include the 3 Victorian properties that lay along the south side of Tavistock Road. By granting this application, it would be
Sorry to interrupt you. You need to put your microphone on. That's it.
Thank you.
Just go back to the paragraph and start.
Yeah, it is gratifying to read that my initial objections chime with those of the Conservation Officer's recent report, and that this proposal is out of keeping with the local area. To this proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, questions to Mr. Hamilton Bing? You know what to do. Thank you. Councillor French.
Thank you. Can you tell me, is the actual wall, you said that was built in 1800 and something, is that wall actually listed? It's in the conservation area, but it's not listed.
Probably that's a question for the officers. Anybody else got any questions for Mr. Hamilton Bing? No, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Hamilton Bing. So now I would like to invite Shana Jackson, of course she's the agent, to make her presentation to the committee. As a frequent visitor here, you know you've got 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak in support of this application. As you've just heard, this proposal is for the construction of a new dwelling within Wisbech. The application is before you with support from Wisbech Town Council and 8 members of the community. The application site is arguably one of the most sustainable locations within the district, given that it's within the built-up area of a primary market town. This is something which is supported by policy LP3 of the local plan. The site is also on land within flood zone 1, and we all know that windfall sites such as this are rare occurrences now within Fenland. We are aware that the site lies within Bowthorpe Conservation Area, and as such we paid particular care to the appearance of the scheme. We have carefully designed the proposal to include design details and proportions which reflect the surrounding buildings, taking cues from the neighbouring dwelling to the northeast. The indicative street scene shows how the proposal will fit in well with the surrounding environment. Even if the proposal appears new, like the objector has highlighted, change and evolution is not a bad thing. The application has been recommended for refusal on the grounds of the development causing harm to the conservation area, with particular reference to the loss of garden land serving the donor dwelling and the proximity of the new dwelling to the back edge of the footpath. Can you please show the location plan, the Fenland one? Thank you. Here you can see the application site in the context of its surroundings. You can see a dwelling immediately opposite the site, which I would argue is entirely reflective of what we are proposing. I therefore fail to see how the development would appear incongruous. I would also highlight the similarities between this scheme and the one which has just been approved in Mamie. With regards to the loss of garden, what is left with the donor dwelling is entirely commensurate with the gardens of the properties to the north, and what remains would still exceed the local plan requirements. I appreciate that any new development within a conservation area will have an impact, but in this instance, given the character of the surroundings, I fail to see how this impact is harmful. I would suggest that the benefits in terms of providing a new dwelling within a sustainable location, within a primary market town and on flood zone 1 land would outweigh any perceived harm to the character and appearance of the area. And with this in mind, I'd respectfully request that planning permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, questions at all to Mrs. Jackson? I've just got one. The old wall, shall we say, down Tavistock Road there, if this application is successful, what alterations are you going to do to the wall?
Can you just show the site plan for me, please? Oh, yes, thank you. That's it very well. So in terms of the wall, we'll make it good where it needs to be made good. Obviously, there'll be openings for new access points, but that's something we could, we'd happily accept via condition, submission of details to secure that information for you, to give you that comfort.
So I'll go on from there then. So it does say in the report you're going to lower the wall. Is that correct?
Yeah, so partly lower it and make it good.
But you're going to, even though you're going to lower the wall and make it good, you're not going to destroy the wall altogether. You're just going to put, I don't know, a 4 metre or whatever gates on it or whatever you're going to put that, and then continue the wall in its present form.
Yeah,
Is
just
that
where
so?
just so if make amendments where it's necessary to gain access.
Yeah.
But as I said, we can secure those details via condition, or we can provide that detail via condition.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Anybody? Oh, Councillor French.
It's not shown on these photographs, but I did go out on site inspection on Sunday. There is an extension of some description at the back. Is that going to be demolished? Yeah.
Yeah, of course you can, Councillor Miffordon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just back to the wall, looking at the image on the first photograph there, when I went to, because I know this place very well, it's not far from my house, and I use Clarkson Avenue almost every day. They're walking or running, whatever. The access there, are you saying that gate is going to be made bigger and then the wall reduced? Can you please just clarify what alterations are going to be made to the wall? Because on the description it says reduction in the wall. Are you going to reduce the level of the wall across the development site, or is it just the gate you can alter? Thank you.
So it'd be a reduction in the height of the wall across the frontage, Yeah, my understanding is that that part, because that's for vehicular access, and I think that part is for that's where the pedestrian access would sit, so that would be patched in and made good, if that makes sense. It would be reduced in width, that gap.
Right, thank you. The gate that is there right now, that gate that's currently there, to me that seemed wide enough for vehicle access. Are you going to make that bigger?
No, so the vehicular access for the property would be further to the south, and that would serve as a pedestrian access to the dwelling.
Thank you.
So just coming back to this wall, because I do like old things as a rule, being old myself, I relate to those sort of things. So if it was successful, how high would you have the wall? What the height would the wall be? It looks to me about 2 metres, is it? Probably a bit more, I should think. Sorry? Yeah, probably, yeah. I did go and have a look at it, but I didn't quite measure it myself. But so what's your intention?
My understanding is it would go down to 1.2, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
For clarity, it says 0.9 on it.
Oh dear. I wish people to get this right. Makes it more difficult to, doesn't it? Makes it more difficult to get it in your head, really. But we are where we are, I suppose. It's 0.9. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Absolutely right. Okay, thank you very much. So, any more questions at all for Mrs. Jackson before we let her go? Yeah, okay, Councillor.
Well, this might be questions to officers. Do you know if there's any the tree we can see at the front? I know there's a conifer. It's probably not protected. Do you know if there are any protected trees on the property? Any TPOs?
Everything in there will be protected by virtue of it being in a conservation area, so it'll carry their own protection.
Thank you.
Okay, right, I think you can go. Thank you very much for that. So, members, questions to officers, and I think you've got one, Councillor French.
Is the wall listed?
No, it's not.
That's the quick answer.
Sorry, can I just
You can.
perhaps elaborate on that? As it's within a conservation area, though, it still can't be demolished without planning permission. So it is protected by virtue of being in the conservation area.
Thank you for clarifying that. Any more questions at all for officers? No, right. So, I'd like to invite the members to debate the item in respect of the material planning considerations relative to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand, so we're in debate, guys. Who wants to kick this off?
I couldn't cope with another cup of tea, Mr. Chairman. That was what it was.
Ah, that's just.
I'm a bit in two minds on this one, Mr. Chairman. I understand what the objector said about this in terms of the character of the area. I also remember, and you would be on the committee, I think you're probably the only one left on the committee from many years ago, when we had one in a very similar place in Wisbech, and I've been trying to find it and I can't find it. And there was a house that they built on the side to make a detached house into a semi-detached house, and they built a house in the back garden, very, very similar to this. Can you remember that one?
I'm sure you're referring to my
That's
age,
fine.
Councillor Benny, and I'm sure it's in a very nice way, but I do remember it. I can't remember where it was.
Yeah,
It was certainly in Councillor Lynn's ward, and it must be 5 or 6 years ago now.
Yeah.
I do remember it.
Yeah, that is. And we had a lot of debate about that, about how it would impact the area. And I looked at it and I thought, no. But we went back there afterwards. We went back to another application after that one, and it blended in lovely. And I looked at it and I was surprised how sympathetically it had been built within the area, and it just looked like it had always been there. It didn't look out of place. I'd like to hear a little bit more debate on this. I'm two ways on this one, which way I go. It is a nice Victorian house, but equally that doesn't mean you don't stand in the way of progress and have another house there with a sympathetic view to it. There we are. I've kicked it off, Mr. Chairman. You take it from there.
You have indeed, and thank you very much for doing that. You can indeed.
Through you, Chairman. Just obviously for clarity, obviously Councillor Benny's just brought up a different site. We're not sure where it is. We're not sure it's a conservation area, etc. So
It will be there.
But I mean, generally, case law is clear that an applicant has a right to, consistency in the decision-making process, and I understand that. Obviously, each application on the flip side must be dealt with in its own merit. I don't disagree with the fact that conservation areas can't be extended or altered or changed, but the case law or the legislation is clear. It must either preserve or enhance the area for it to be able to be acceptable. I think when you look at the location plan, you can see how this site, irrespective of the design of the property per se, does impact on the garden of the host dwelling. We've discussed the impact on the local heritage asset of the wall, etc. So I just think there's a lot of balancing exercises in this that probably were not the same in the other one. So that's all. And if we were willing to accept a property going from detached to semi-detached, just thinking out loud, you probably had a much wider space. So the garden, you've got to think about the views of conservation, looking views into and out of it. And I don't think anyone has discussed at all, but the back elevation of this property. And I think that's, get that up. And I think that is a material consideration. And actually, the quality of this property in a conservation area, the height of the quality and what you'd expect in this to reflect the character of the area, to reflect the good detail in the design that they would have. And then we've got that as a back elevation. So if you're trying to say, is this property acceptable in a conservation area, and you're saying, oh, it will naturally fit in, would you expect to see a rear elevation like that in an area that's in a conservation area? If you wouldn't, my suggestion would be that the property does not preserve the character or appearance of the conservation area. It detracts from it. You've not got to excel, you've not got to improve it, but you must preserve it. And my personal professional opinion is that is not what you'd expect to see in a rear elevation of a conservation area, and therefore this application should be reviewed. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for summing that up. Councillor Marks?
Can we just then go back? You're talking about the back elevation. Can we go back to the Google Maps so we can actually see who is going to be overlooking to see that? But there's no properties as such. The only people who are going to actually see that visually will be the people who live. Would you agree in the property? No. Where would you say then on that roadway you would be able to view the back of that property?
Chairman, when you're standing in the back garden of the adjoining properties, if you're in the back garden of a property and you look towards the site, you will clearly be able to see it. There's a number of rear gardens that domino across it, and if I was standing in the back garden of the neighbour's site next to it, and I look to the west, I'd be looking at a rear elevation that does not reference the character of the area.
But having driven the property, is that not a tree line down the back there?
Yeah. It's not, those trees can pass away. We've got to look for the lifetime development. We're talking about, streets here that have been here a long time, and we should be looking at that as planners. It's not just about a snapshot today. We should be looking at that rear elevation and thinking, does that preserve enhanced character? Does that reference what you would expect to see in a conservation area? This is the difference to a normal application where, in a normal situation, you're saying, does the benefits outweigh the harm in this? And you can have impact on the character of the area, and you go, well, there's actually benefits. This in a conservation area is materially different to a normal situation where you'd be hearing me saying, as you know, Councillor Marks, I've been here now for 7-8 months, and you've not heard me say something like this because we haven't talked about a site in a conservation area like this for that reason. There's just a difference between that and a normal site, and I think we need to be conscious of that when assessing this application.
Councillor French.
Thank you. Actually, I do agree with Matt. It's in a conservation area. It's not listed, but yes, it is listed in theory. and I don't think the rear view is not good. And what really concerns me is dropping that wall. It's built in 1600 and whatever, and dropping that to, sorry, I do, and dropping that to just under a metre. If they hadn't interfered and damaged the wall so much, I might have supported it, but not on this occasion.
Councillor Rennie, then I'll come in then.
Yeah.
I've got different views.
I do think from looking at the elevations of them, there's a lot of wall space there, and there's a lot of wall space to stop the overlooking. But somebody else will also look back at that property, and I think it will be very, very bland. And it is the nose part of Wisbech. You know, our job is to debate it. I'm happy to listen to anything, listen to what other people say. I come in with an open mind every week, but I look at that and I do think, do we need an extra house there? There's plenty of other places we could build a house, and truly, it's a nice part of Wisbech. Let's leave it alone. I don't think I can support this application this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I've got a different view. The host dwelling is obviously is in, let me get what I say, is not in such a good condition. I am concerned about the wall, but as the agent says, it's in the report. It says 0.9 of a metre. But if that could be negotiated upwards to 1.2 metres or something like that, and that would obviously have to be debated with, agreed with officers, and I would support this. You know, old and new it sometimes does go together. If you look at the one in Doddington down Bennett Road, everybody was up in arms just on the left-hand side, just past the clock tower, opposite the village hall. I remember when everybody was up in arms about that. The committee passed it. Councillor Sutton was on the committee then, as I was several years, lots of years ago now. And it was you know, we can't do that. Old and new don't go together. Well, if anybody goes down there now, they say that's one of the best decisions Fenland Planning Committee have made, and I think, in my opinion, that would go. As I said, I am concerned about the wall, but that's all I'm concerned about. And if a compromise could be done on that wall, I'd be more than happy to support this application. Thank you. So, Marks.
I have to say, I agree with reference to Doddington Road one, new and old does work very, very well at times. My concern is the wall, and why are we reducing the wall in height anyway? I mean, there are a lot of properties that that want higher walls than lower walls. I would be more minded to back this application should the actual height of the wall not be reduced at all.
Sorry, Councillor French, of course you can.
I'd like to pick up something you said, Mr. Chairman, about the host dwelling not being in a good condition. That's nothing to do with us. That's down to the owner.
Making a point, as did the objector, saying it probably needs some work done on it. It's not probably in the best condition that it could be.
But that's not down to us.
It's nothing to do. It's not a material planning consideration for this whatsoever. But that's just an observation I made when I visited the site on Monday. Thank you. So, Marks.
I know I'm going to get shot for this next one, but I will make this comment. We seem to, with the wall especially, we have some concerns. I don't think we've actually got concerns probably of the property itself, maybe a bit regarding the design of it, but it seems to be this mostly hangs around the wall, which we haven't again today been very clear on from the agent. I would suggest, and I'm going to get shot, a deferral for them to come back with an actual proper proposal regarding this wall instead of well, we think or whatever.
Sorry, through you, if I may, Chairman. I think to come back on Councillor Marks' point in terms of is this a proper proposal from the agents? There's a plan in front of the committee today that indicates that the wall will be 0.9 metres. That's sort of there in black and white. And I would also just draw members' attention to the comments of the Highway Authority, who indicate that to achieve satisfactory visibility from the access point, the visibility displays need to be free from any obstruction exceeding 0.9 metres. So effectively the wall has to be at 0.9 metres to achieve safe visibility.
As I said, David, I was waiting to be shot.
You're okay, it's not the squid, so if you make a mistake, you get shot. So you're all right, Councillor Marks, but thank you for making that comment. So, Councillor French.
Thank you. It's not just the wall. The front of the house looks okay, but the rear is not in a conservation area. I'm sorry, I just don't like the rear. I could suffer the front, but not the rear. And the wall.
Okay, so Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I mean, also coming to Councillor Marx's deferment, we have got to make a decision by the 19th of February, so we couldn't defer it to come back to this committee because that will be after the date of expiry of time.
Yeah, the wall is a bone of contention for me. But any more on the debate before I close it? It just seems insurmountable that if highways say on safety issues that we've got to, the wall's got to be 0.9 of a metre or whatever it is, 0.9, that we've sort of got our hands tied with highways, haven't we? So we are where we are on that one. So, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you. Sitting here looking at picture one, part of the charm of Victorian houses was the Victorian garden that went with it and the outbuildings. And we have got an outbuilding and a nice Victorian house there. That new and old does go together. And I know the one you're thinking of in Donington. Absolutely, you can read the building, you can tell when it was built, when the extension went on, which is, hey, you should read architecture. But to look at that's a nice Victorian house with a nice Victorian garden. And if the house is in a mess, that's down to the owner to tidy it up. Really, it's not for us to give a house in the back garden. I just feel that is part of the character of the conservation area. And it's not very often people hear me say that, because I don't usually, but on this occasion, I do.
I'm glad you two were recalling that for prosperity. So I can see where we are now anyway. So I'm going to close the debate now. I think we're going round and round in circles. So the debate's closed. Officers, have you got anything to say? No? So I'm looking for, as it is, this is a proposal to go with officers to recommendation to refuse this application. So have I got a proposer for that? Councillor Benny, what are you proposing?
Proposing we go with officer's recommendation and refuse the application.
And you're going to second that, Councillor French, are you? So just to reiterate, we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application, proposed by Councillor Benny, seconded by Councillor French. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please?
I'm not sure you can count properly. Was it?
Not to worry, we'll move on. Now I'll just hand over to Kimberly again to present application FYR 24/0845. It's a Fenland District Council application, agenda item number 11. So Kimberly, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Just for the record, Councillor Benny is leaving the table as portfolio holder for growth. So thank you, Kimberly. Sorry.
Okay. This application is for the erection of one dwelling, single-storey two-bed on land north of 84 Upwell Road, access from Smith Drive within March. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo on the screen. The site is situated to the rear of the dental surgery at 84 Upwell Road, and a row of terrace dwellings are situated to the north of the site. A dwelling is currently under construction to the southwest of the site. The site is presently used as a parking area, and the site is situated within flood zone 1. So on screen is an outline application with matters committed in respect of access, which was recommended for refusal at the 26th of April 2023 Planning Committee. This application was considered contrary to policy LP16D due to the constrained nature of the site, which would result in a development at odds with the prevailing form of development, which consists of two-storey dwellings. The proposal would have created an incongruous feature which would have failed to demonstrate a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area. So the current application's proposed site plan is shown on screen. 2 tandem parking spaces are proposed to the north of the dwelling, with turning space to the west, and private amenity space would be situated to the east. And the proposed elevations are shown on the screen, detailing a single-storey dwelling with hipped roof. And those are the proposed floor plans. And on screen is the proposed street scene. This details how the proposed dwelling would be at odds with the prevailing character to the north of the site in terms of both scale and the proposed roof design. With some photos of the site on screen. So photo 1 is looking east into the site. Photo 2 is looking south and shows the rear elevation of the dental surgery. Photo 3 shows the dwelling under construction to the southwest of the site. And photo 4 shows the row of terrace dwellings to the north of the site. So due to the constrained nature of the site, the proposal would result in a development at odds with the prevailing form of development, which consists of two-storey dwellings. The proposal would consequently create an incongruous and unattractive feature which fails to demonstrate that it makes a positive contribution to the local distinctiveness and character of the area and will ultimately have an adverse impact on the street scene. The dwelling currently under construction to the southwest of the application site is not considered comparable to this application. This dwelling would be accessed off of Upwell Road rather than Smith's Drive. This dwelling also has a ridge height of 6.7 metres approximately, which isn't significantly different to the existing dwellings along Upwell Road. The application is therefore considered contrary to the requirements of policy LP16 of the Fenland local plan and is recommended for refusal.
Yep, thanks once again, Kimberly. We have one speaker on this application. I'd now like to invite Rebecca White. She's the agent to make her presentation to the committee. When you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members. My client wishes to develop this brownfield site to provide a much-needed dwelling within the settlement of March, offering excellent access to local amenities. This development will help prevent antisocial behaviour on the site and unauthorised use by others. The site was previously used as a car park and leased to the dental practice. However, this arrangement ended in 2019. And the applicant has not received any indication from the dental practice that they require further parking, thus leaving the site as a maintenance liability on the council. Furthermore, it will improve the area along the public footpath, thereby ensuring a safer and more comfortable connection route through to Upwell Road for local residents. Our vision for this development is carefully aligned with the unique characteristics of the surrounding area. The new dwelling will be 1 storey in height, a design choice that we firmly believe is both appropriate and beneficial for the community. After appraising the area, it is evident that a single-storey dwelling would be more reflective of the scale of nearby properties. This choice ensures that the development remains sympathetic with the existing neighbourhood fabric. The planning officer has expressed concerns suggesting that our proposal results in a development that is at odds with the prevailing form of 2-storey dwellings. In our design and access statement, we have included a detailed diagram that demonstrates that approximately 70% of the properties within close proximity to the application site are single-storey. This supports our decision for a bungalow. I would also like to emphasise that the integration of a bungalow will reduce the impact on neighbouring properties, ensuring minimal overshadowing and overlooking, and preserving the privacy and amenity of adjacent residents in contrast to the effect of a 2-storey dwelling on this site. It will also reflect the single-storey element of 84 Upwell Road. This careful design choice is not only considerate of the existing streetscape, but also ensures minimal disruption to the adjacent properties and demonstrates our commitment to making a positive contribution to the character of the area. Additionally, it's worth noting that the construction has begun on the site opposite for the new 3-bedroom bungalow, after recently being granted planning approval. I appreciate the ridge height is much higher than what we have proposed, but nonetheless, this precedent further validates our findings and reinforces that a single-storey dwelling is indeed a suitable and accepted form of development within this area. In conclusion, our proposal aligns with the predominant single-storey development pattern in the area and respects the character of the surrounding properties. We are confident that this bungalow will make a positive contribution to the community by providing a sympathetic and attractive feature that aligns with policy LP16 of the Fenland Local Plan. The development, which has the support of March Town Council and other consultees, will replace a site that is currently a maintenance liability for the council, attracts antisocial behaviour and is intimidating to walk by at night for local residents. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mrs. White. Members, questions, clarifications to Mrs. White, please. Okay, it doesn't seem there's not many of us left now, is there? No, thank you very much. So, members, questions to officers, please. And you have one, Councillor French, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just looking at site planning history. If I heard properly, you said this application was refused. Where is it on the history? I've got 27/4/23, it was withdrawn, and 21, it was not favourable under, I'm guessing that was a pre-app.
I can throw some weight over that if officers can't. I'm happy. Do you want to answer that or do you want me to? Okay, so this is the second time as chairman I've called this into committee because I think it has some potential for you to decide what you want to do with it. And it got refused at committee. I wasn't at the committee. Well, that's absolutely certain it was. A couple of years, 18 months ago, I suppose, a year ago, 18 months ago, time flies now, doesn't it? And I wasn't at the committee, that's obviously a democratic decision, but that's where it went to.
May I just come in, Chairman? Yes, the committee did resolve to refuse the application, but it was actually withdrawn before the decision notice was issued. So no actual formal decision was ever made by the council, albeit there was a recommendation and a resolution by committee. So that's why it's down as being withdrawn on the history.
But it was debated before and voted on by the committee, and obviously, as he said, they withdrew it before the notice to be clear. Absolutely correct. So, all questions for officers at all? Have you got one, Councillor Marks?
I was just going to come back to Councillor
Okay,
French.
you can do.
I believe at the time it was Councillor Murphy was on the committee. You remember it going through at the time.
It must be my age.
Okay, so any more questions to officers at all? No? Okay, members, please debate, like you debate the item in respect of material planning considerations. Relevant to the application, if you'd like to speak, please raise your hand so we're in debate. Councillor French.
Thank you. Yes, I do know this site well. This is part of my county council division, and I do know it well. And yes, it's a small piece of land, but it is developable. At the moment, it's used partly as a car park, partly as a fly tipping corner and antisocial behaviours. So I believe that this application should be approved, and it will stop some of the serious problems that we've got right there at this time. So I would be willing to support this.
Councillor Marks.
Thank you. Again, no, I think it's number 80 or 84 is the dentist. I actually go upstairs in the dentist and look across this piece of land, and it's awful. To be fair, it's not even properly a car park. It's a redundant piece of land. We had the redundant piece of land to the left of it previously, which is now being built on, and behind there, I believe there's another property that was built behind as well. It will tidy this piece of land up. A bungalow is probably better than putting a two-storey property there, because I think it would then give overlooking. I'm sorry, but on this occasion, I'm happy to support this application.
Okay, thank you. Well, Councillor Iffordon, thank you.
Yes, reiterate my support as well, because when I visited the site, yes, it was used as a car park. The only concern I do have, which is not material, I know, but I'll just say anyway, is the clients of the dentists who use it right now, where they're going to park when, I know this is not material to the application, but where they're going to park when this, sorry, go on, but I'm saying I'm in support of developing it. I'm in support. That's just a little. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Marks, then I'll come in next. Thank you.
To answer Councillor Witherden's question, predominantly there's 8 parking spaces outside the dentist's, and then there is further roadside parking as well. So, I mean, most people park out there. I don't actually know anybody who actually does park in that bit for the dentist. I think it's just used really as an overspill for the rest of the residents around there.
So, it's a brownfield site, most definitely. No getting away from it. The Matt has said this just seconds ago, just reiterated what I thought. It's a brownfield site. We're encouraged to build on brownfield sites. So this meets all the criteria. As Councillor French has said, it's in her ward. Antisocial behaviour and fly tipping and that sort of thing. And it is where and a bungalow would fit nicely in there. So I am going to support this for that very reason. Maybe a little bit constrained, but again, you know, not everybody wants a half an acre garden, do they? It'll probably suit a elderly or an elderly couple, probably, dare I say. But that's what we need. That's what we need. So I'm going to support this. Thank you very much. Councillor French.
Yeah, just to come back, that area is Smith's Drive is mostly elderly people who live down there. It is
It's nicely in there, won't it?
It is Fenland District Council kind of housing.
So, anybody else want to add to the debate before I close it? I've closed it. Officers, what would you like to say on the matter? Not a lot. No. Okay then. So I suppose, do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission on this application? I haven't got to look too far this time, have I? I can't see one. Right, so that's obviously failed. So I'm looking for another proposal to go against officer recommendation. Can I have can I have a proposer, please? Councillor French, thank you. It's in your ward. Well, it's in your division. Sorry. But you are the councillor, or county councillor. Okay. So, right, and the reasons for going against officer recommendation, Councillor French, please.
I believe LP 16 D, I believe that the members can interpret this policy differently.
Councillor Miffordens want to second that, and which I'm happy for him to do so. Did you want to? Have you got any more?
No, Chair.
No, we're just happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to look for. So we've got a proposed. Sorry. Yeah, delegated conditions on that one, please. Again, not too onerous. And I don't really want to be involved in. Do you want to be involved in the conditions, Councillor French? No. Let's just. And look, to be fair, all the ones that I've had a look at have been absolutely fair and absolutely to the point, and I've had no queries with any of them, and I don't think you have, Councillor Marks, either, the ones we've been involved in. So going back to that, so I've got a proposal from Councillor French to go against officer recommendation, proposed by her, obviously, seconded by Councillor Miffordin. Can I have a show of hands on that, please? So that application has been approved. Thank you. So, welcome back, Councillor Benny, to the table. I'll now hand over to David Rowan, Development Manager here at Fenland, to present application FYR24. Present application F/YR24/08790, agenda item number 12. So, David, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application to erect one self-built dwelling, garden land at Honeybank, Second Drove Swingbrow. The application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It sits within an area of sort of sporadic, loose-knit development within the wider open countryside. The site fronts onto 40-foot bank and is within flood zone 3. So the application is in outline with all matters reserved, so the details shown here are indicative only. You can see this shows an access taken from Second Drove, which is kind of in the sort of fawny colour, with the dwelling and detached garage shown then to the north of that. Second Drove currently joins onto 40-foot bank with a sort of quite acute angled junction, and the area for improving this is shown in the kind of the grey area. Information illustrating the required visibility displays from the junction of Second Drove and 40-foot bank have been provided, and these are sort of shown on the slide here. These are demonstrated to the Highway Authority that suitable visibility can be achieved. However, the Highway Authority have requested that vehicular tracking information be provided to illustrate that 40-foot bank can be exited safely, so that vehicles can actually turn off 40-foot bank sort of safely without basically having to go onto the opposite side of the road when they're doing that. This information has not been provided as part of the application. Photos showing the site, its access and surroundings are on screen, so the annotations are fairly sort of self-explanatory. And we've got further photos here of the site, as can be sort of evidenced from these photos and is also referred to in the report. Development has taken place on site in advance of this application being determined and without the necessary planning permission. However, that's not material to the determination of the application in front of you today. So planning permission has previously been refused on the site for residential developments in 2016. I think there is actually an inaccuracy in the report in that I think the 2016 application is referenced as being granted, but that was refused, and it's considered that those reasons for refusal remain largely relevant today. The site is in an elsewhere location, and no evidence has been provided that it is required to meet an exceptional need. The site is also in flood zone 3, and no sequential test has been undertaken. And additionally, there's the Highway Authority request for the tracking information that hasn't been provided, and therefore it's considered that the site hasn't, or the application hasn't demonstrated that the site can be safely accessed. As such, the recommendation is one of refusal, as set out within the agenda. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, thank you, David. We have one set of speakers on this application, and I'd now like to invite Kenny Shepherd. He's the applicant, and Shana Jackson, of course, she's the agent, to make their presentation to the committee. You have got 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Thank you. As you know, I'm the agent acting on behalf of the application. I'm here with Mrs. Shepherd, who is the landowner in relation and a relation of the applicant. So as you've just heard, this application seeks planning permission for a single dwelling. It's submitted in outline with all matters reserved. It is before you with support from Chatteris Town Council and 13 members of the community. The proposal is located at Second Drove, Chatteris, within a cluster of existing buildings. The application has been recommended for refusal in terms of principle, stating that the scheme is contrary to Policy LP3. Policy LP3 of the local plan is a directional housing policy which steers new development to town and village centres. The supporting text at paragraph 3.3.11 of Policy LP3 states that it is government policy that the countryside be recognised for its intrinsic character and beauty while supporting thriving communities within it. It further states that by identifying the settlement hierarchy and distinguishing between settlements and the countryside, the policy restricts development in the countryside. This indicates to me that the aim of Policy LP3 is to protect the countryside and to prevent merge between countryside and defined settlements. With this in mind, I would draw your attention to the location of the site. It is positioned within the centre of a cluster of existing buildings. It is effectively infill development. I would suggest that it would in no way result in encroachment of the countryside. Whilst the site may not be within Chatteris Town Centre, it is within a small satellite community, and for this reason, I'd suggest that there is no conflict with the overarching aims of Policy LP3. Concerns have been raised with regards to the sequential test, and I'd refer you to paragraph 175 of the NPPF, which states that the sequential test is not required if a flood risk assessment demonstrates that the site is safe. Our flood risk assessment does confirm that the site is safe from flooding, and therefore I'd argue that the sequential test is not actually necessary. However, for completeness, I can advise that the sequential test has been addressed in the submitted flood risk assessment. In a nutshell, the flood risk assessment concludes that the site is technically safe from flooding, given the excellent flood defences within the area. Therefore, the actual risk of flooding is low, and as such, the site can be considered as being in a sequentially preferable location. Upon passing the sequential test, the exception test must be applied in accordance with paragraph 178 of the NPPF. On the basis that the flood risk assessment demonstrates that the proposal is technically safe from flooding and that it will result in new housing which will support an existing community, I would argue that there are benefits to be had by the proposal which satisfy the requirements of the exception test. The concerns with regards to the access have been noted, and I'd like to highlight to you that this is an outline planning application with all matters reserved. We've not committed access for consideration at this stage. The comments from County Highways are understood, and there is a technical design solution for the access, which we'll be happy to include as part of any reserved matters submission. The access does already serve 2 other dwellings, so I see no reason why it couldn't accommodate another single property safely. I would suggest to you that there are no policy conflicts with the proposal. It would provide a new dwelling, reinforcing the local community in this location and without encroaching on the open countryside. Now I'll pass you over to Mr. Shepherd.
I see pictures of like the fence and everything and all that sort of thing, and obviously there was a pad put there. I didn't realise that I needed planning permission for anything like that there. I spoke to the planner and said that we'd apply for planning permission and do all that. It was all being cleaned up and everything. It was a dumping ground. People was just using it and dumping stuff on it, lighting fires on it. There was loads of complaints to the council, as the previous neighbours had told us and everything. And so, yeah, so we cleaned it all up and done everything, and then looking to build an house for my nephew and his girlfriend so they can move back home and like be close to a family, you know. That's
Okay, you finished.
I finished.
Yeah, just turn you. Hang on a minute. You might want some questions. I was just saying, have you finished speaking? That's all. Yeah, you're all right, mate. No worries. Bless you. Okay, so anyway, questions, clarifications. Councillor Marks has one, or whatever. Thank you.
It's only one. Thank you. Regarding the highways, I mean, I've travelled that road numerous times over like 25 or over 50 years. I've never seen an accident along that piece of road. It's dead straight. I've seen vehicles turn out both directions. Are you aware there's been any accidents at that point?
Oh, sorry. I'm obviously lived in Chatteris my whole life, and I've known of accidents down that road. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. There's accidents down that road, but never any there. All the accidents I can clearly remember from down there was down further on the bend, because the council actually put the I'm not really sure what you call it, like a road barrier up. But yeah, but at that point there, I've never known of anything, to be honest with you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more? Yes, sorry, Councillor French.
Thank you. Have you just recently bought this piece of land? Because looking at it on the site planning history, it's had 8 approvals on it.
Yeah, to be honest. Oh, sorry again. Yeah, to be honest with you, I knew it had been passed. It'd been passed previous times. I believe 6. But I knew it was passed previous times. And that's, to be honest with you, that's the reason that we went and bought it, because I thought that it had a good chance, nothing guaranteed. We all know that, but I just thought, because it's been passed, maybe there's a chance, and it can be back closer to home.
So I suppose, sorry, Councillor Benny. Sorry, no, gentleman first. Thank you.
Yeah, question for Mr. Jackson. The access problem we've got here, can that be addressed? Is that something you can do?
Yeah, so all highways want is a sort of a set of tracking information to show that access can be achieved. I believe there is a technical solution for that, and we can show that. But because it's an outline application, we didn't submit or commit access. We didn't provide it. And also, you've got the comfort of knowing that there are 2 other properties there which use that access safely. And like Mr. Shepherd said, there's been no accidents there. So I'm comfortable that it can be achieved as part of reserve matters.
Great, thank you very much.
just got one question. I presume, as you've got a history of construction, you're going to self-build this yourself.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I apologise.
It doesn't matter who answers. I want.
It's my age. I'm getting older.
Well, I just want a truthful answer, really. Thank you.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's going to be built, and then my nephew and the niece are going to live in it and stay in it. It's for the unforeseeable future. It's not for sale. It is for them to come back home. At this time.
Question I'm asked you is: Are you doing most of the work as a self-build yourself? Yeah. Maybe you're not an electrician, but certainly you have been ground working and you've been a bricklayer in your time. I do know that. So probably there's little bits and pieces you can't going to do, but are you going to do 80-90% of it yourself?
Yes, majority of the work will all be done by myself. Yeah, the majority of it.
Yeah. So
obviously, depending on the outcome or whatever, but obviously electrics, the plumbing and that sort of thing has to be signed off. I'm not allowed to do that sort of thing. You have to have your things, don't you? But like the normal groundworks, everything like you said, yes, the majority of it will be done myself.
That's as long as that's the truthful answer. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Thank you. Right. So, any more questions at all? I don't think there is. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you can go now. Thank you. Right, members. Questions to officers, if you've got any. Councillor Benny, are you just putting your glasses on? Anyway, so we'll go back again. Any questions to officers at all? No burning desire to. Okay. So,
Chairman, sorry, can I just come back by the agent?
Agent or applicant?
By the agent. Firstly, to quote so much more intelligently, we're not in the land of Humpty Dumpty. That's the case law relevant to the local plan and how we interpret policies. They are what they're written. I think the agent trying to present a situation that and look much deeper and beyond what the policy states should be given limited weight, and obviously that isn't the way that we've dealt with any of the policies over the last 7-8 months since I've been here. And also in relation to the comment on this no need for sequential tests, the NPPF is clear that if it's an area of flood zone, risk of flooding, it needs a sequential test. To say that because it's protected now from existing defences, it doesn't need a sequential test is flawed. And I just obviously wanted to clarify the 2 points that the agent made and said that I'd give them limited weight personally if I was yourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. So just as no follow-up to that at all, members? No? Okay. So I'm going to invite members to debate the item in respect to material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, you know what to do. Put your hand up. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Chair. I think on the highways issue, I don't see that as an issue, to be fair. I mean, 40-foot bank, those of you who've driven it will all know if you can do 50 mile an hour along there, you're doing really, really well at the present time. It's awful as a road. It's also got speed cameras down there. So I don't think the access of somebody pulling out, even if they have to go across the highway to, that is part and parcel. So I don't have an issue with that. And I've driven past that site so many times and looked across there. And I'm not going to use the word derelict, but it's not eye-appealing by any means. Anything that happens in there by cleaning it up and putting the property up, I think it will benefit the area, not detract from it. And regarding flooding, it's got a riverbank the other side. I mean, with the IDBs, they do a good job. I honestly, I understand what we're saying regarding, we should still carry out the relevant tests and stuff like that. However, I haven't seen that being a wetland, and I've driven it numerous times.
Okay, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I concur with Councillor Marks. I mean, I travel this twice a day, taking the grandkids to school. I don't consider this to be an elsewhere location. It's houses on 2, if not 3 sides of it. This is infill. if Ms Jackson is right about what she says, the new MPPF that came out December 24. Is that not current yet?
Through Chairman, as I said, the sequential test is not ignored by the fact that there are existing flooding defences. That is not what the MPPF says. The MPPF is quite clear that in an area that is at risk of flooding, now in the future, which is what flood zone, the higher flood zones are, for both 2 and 3, they need a sequential test.
It says here on 175, the sequential test should be used in areas known to be at low risk now or in the future from any form of flooding.
Yep, that's correct. Flood zones 2 and 3.
Yeah. But is there not a flood risk assessment there that says this is a low risk of flooding?
Through Chairman, as the agent explained, that there's a sequential test. I mean, a flood risk assessment that says if you take into account existing defences, it's at a low risk of flooding. But that's not what the MPPF says. Because if those flood defences go, which they may do, then it would be at risk of flooding in the future. So it is an area that is known to be at risk of flooding in the future. Just because there are flood defences does not mean it skips the sequential test. Otherwise, that would mean most of the district wouldn't need a sequential test. The site needs a sequential test, simple as that, in policy terms. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just come back to Councillor. Did you want to follow up on that?
No, that was fine.
No, you're happy? Well, probably not so happy, but question's been answered. Okay, Councillor Marks.
Don't we just love flooding? I'd like to come back on that, to be fair. If that floods, then I reckon most of the area will be underwater as well. I know that doesn't make it any better, but we are now looking now not only at flooding, now what happens when the flood defences break down. We're getting into the realms. I know you're saying it's national policy and all the rest of it, but I think we've got to bring a bit of reality back to this as well.
Yeah. Okay. We're still in debate if anybody wants to add to it. In my many years, and Swingborough is in my county council area, and I've been down there delivering leaflets on the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 houses, whatever are down there. I can't remember now, but I don't have to put my Wellingtons on. I just got my low shoes on and off a trot. So I think, well, I don't know. I think we're taking a big hammer to crush and not really. I know what Matt's saying, but I think sometimes we've got to have a semblance of normality back, really. If it hasn't flooded, it's not likely to, really, in my book. But I know I'm going to be shot at here. You can, absolutely. So that's just where I am. But Matt, shoot me down if you like.
Thank you, Chairman. All I want to say is, as I said earlier, applicants have a right to have the same experience. If we have a stance that says because a site has never flooded, it's going to be okay, or that they don't need to do the sequential test, that's 100% goes against government guidance. And that would mean we would have to replicate this, not just on this decision in theory, on every decision. The need for sequential test is fundamentally required. They may pass the sequential test and then that reason for refusal would fall away. But at the moment, there is nothing in front of the members to base that decision on. And that is what this reason for refusal is based on, is lack of information. And as decision makers, whether it's us as officers, yourselves as members, as a committee, or even inspectors, we shouldn't be making assumptions. And this reason for refusal is based on the lack of information that the MPPF says should be there. If we ignore that on this application, why are we not going to ignore it on every application? Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, Councillor Mifferton, please. A new aspect of it, perhaps.
No, I don't think it's a new aspect, Chairman, but I just wanted to ask, looking at the last time this was approved in 27th April 2016, what has changed from the last outline of application that was approved with all matters reserved to today's application? Do we know?
No, it wasn't. It says 2016 it was approved, but it actually wasn't. It was refused. It's an error.
Okay, thank you.
A typing error, really, to be fair. But we are where we are. Councillor French.
Yeah, I'm just a bit concerned what you just said. It's a typing error. I mean, these are supposed to be accurate. How are we supposed to believe what's written if you're now telling us there was 8 applications up for approval? Now you're telling us there's only 7. Or is there any other mistakes?
Well, it's in David's presentation, and I brought it to chairman's briefing. It was contrary to it was approved on the planning history to actually what it says further in the report. Councillor Marks will back me up on that, and David said there's a mistake on the error, didn't you, David? So
through you, if I may, Chairman. I mean, while it does make that reference, and apologies to the committee for that. The background section at section 9 of the report is quite clear about the sort of the ins and outs of that. Ultimately, to come back to Councillor Mappin's point, nothing has changed since 2016 in terms of the policy situation.
Okay.
Just for a little bit more context for members, in case they're wondering why historically 2005 and before planning applications were approved on the site. Obviously, this is very much to a certain extent guesstimation, but in 2009 the PPS 25 was published, and that was the first time that flooding actually became an issue for planning. So prior to that, even if the site was going to flood, it wasn't considered a consideration for us as planners. So that would explain, in my opinion, why historically pre-2005 it was fine. 2016, all of a sudden there was an issue in relation to flooding because government guidance changed in relation to flooding. And I was working in Castle Point and dealing with Canby. It was a bit of a shock at the time, I'll tell you that. Thank you, Chairman.
So I've just got a question then to officers to where we are. So without looking through my book, how many reasons are there for refusal on this application? Please.
Through you, Chairman, there are 3 reasons for refusal. The first one being conflict with the settlement hierarchy of the local plan. It's an elsewhere location. It's not within one of the listed settlements, therefore it's elsewhere. The second reason for refusal is the lack of sequential test. And then the third reason for refusal is the lack of evidence concerning the safe and adequate access to the site.
Want to come back, Councillor? Have you raised your hand? Oh, were you? Ah, right, okay. Okay, so we're still in debate. Anybody else wants to add to the debate before I close it? Councillor Marks.
I think elsewhere, looking at that whole riverbank all the way along there, you've got, I was trying to do a quick calculation, just up to the Puddock Bridge Road, you've got 15, up to 20 properties along there. You've got barn conversions that mostly sit against the road. So I don't see how we can really say that's an elsewhere location. It's within other properties along there. And in truthfulness, and again, we come back to subjectivity, but it's a fen. We live in the Fens, and the Fens always have been properties built beside roadsides. Most Ramsey Heights, Ramsey St Mary's, all of those type places have always had properties built on roadside. So I don't see. I have to say I can see that one is not an elsewhere location. I don't know how we get around the flood one. When, if we were looking to give this, but again, I come back to the same old. I've not seen it flooded, and sensibility I think has to come in at some point. I'll leave it there.
You may.
I think we've probably done the issue of flooding to death to a degree. I think the head of planning has given you fairly strong advice as to where the policy situation is on that. I think just to pick up on the issue of policy LP3 and whether this is an elsewhere location or not, I think it's one of those where, while individually you may feel that it's not an elsewhere location, clearly in terms of the wording within LP3, it is. There's no getting away from that. The site is not within one of the listed settlements, therefore it must be elsewhere. It cannot be anything other than elsewhere in the wording of that policy. And because of that, again, the policies are quite clear. If it's an elsewhere location, unless it's a justified development, it should be refused. So I think in terms of recommended reason for refusal 1, that's fairly black and white. There's not really any wiggle room on that in my professional view. And similarly with reason for refusal 2 and the flooding for the reasons already set out.
Okay, thank you, David, for clarifying that. But Councillor Benny's got,
Yeah, Question for David.
some views.
I mean, Swingborough is always included in Chatteris as part of part of the area. It's always Swingborough and Chatteris. But if it's not part of Chatteris, if a sequential test done, would that sequential test only apply to Swingborough?
Through you, Chairman, under the council's adopted approach, if the site is within an elsewhere location, then it's a district-wide area of search for the sequential test.
Yep. Well, I think I said we've done this to death now, so I think you more or less can't say any more about it, can you? To be fair, I can see. So with that, do I have a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission on this application? Again, I can see that failing, so that's fallen by the wayside. So I'm looking for another proposal with the reasons for going against officer's recommendation. Obviously, I'm going to bring Councillor Benny in. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to go against officer's recommendation on this one. I feel that as a local resident, this is in Chatteris, which is my ward. I don't consider this to be elsewhere location. This is infill. When it comes to the flooding, well, the 2024 NPPF does state, paragraph 175, that the sequential test doesn't need to be done. So that is my reason for that one. And LP15, the transport assessment, that can be completed when we do the reserve matters application.
So we've got you explained two reasons for refusal, haven't you? The sequential test, 3, yeah. Yeah, so I'm just getting things straight in my own mind before I bring you in. 2, 3. So just reiterate what they are again, then I'm going to bring Matt in. Okay. Right. Okay. Is highways. Bring Matt in.
Thank you, Chairman. I think probably should read out paragraph 1.175. The sequential test should be used in areas known to be at risk now or in the future form of any form of flooding, except in situations where a site-specific flood risk assessment demonstrates that no built development within the site boundary, including access or escape routes, land raising or other potential vulnerable elements, would be located on an area that would be at risk of flooding from any source now or in the future, having regard to potential climate change and flood risk. Let's probably explain then, I was talking about the first paragraph generally, but probably explain what that paragraph means in the round. What that is that when the flood risk assessments come out, they're quite broad brush stroke, as we've seen the plan. What this is if you do a site-specific one that shows, because of specific topography or something within the site, the adjoining sites, that this piece of land actually will not flood. Not that because of flood, not because of other defences this land is protected. There's a material difference, and I think the agent's confused you on that. So what this is saying, when you've done a site-specific one, this parcel of land will not flood because of constraints, even though the strategic flood risk assessment shows it as flooding. I'm gathering by the nodding that our legal representative agrees with my interpretation, which is obviously very different to what the applicants said in their presentation, and just what you've just said as your reason for not going with the reason for refusal. That is just flawed, and obviously I think you've been misdirected. Thank you, Chairman.
Let's just, I mean, sorry. Okay, let's work into proper stages. Yeah, now, Councillor Benny, you can do it now just after.
Thank you. I mean, if we took that approach that anything in the future would ever flood, then you couldn't do anything. You know, everything could flood, and many things don't flood. There's areas of March which flood very badly in 2020, but they haven't flooded since, have they? No. I mean, how can you ever predict what will or will not flood?
Come back, please.
Yeah, sorry, just a comment through you, Chairman, that if 175 is interpreted in the way that Councillor Benny suggests, then it would be very straightforward for any application within flood zone 3, just simply to demonstrate that it's going to raise its building to a sufficient height not to be flooded. And the whole point of the policy would be negated. I can't read that interpretation into 175.
You can, and then I'm going to bring Councillor Marks.
I mean, you know, I fully respect the officers, but I don't read it that way, and therefore I don't accept that. I read it how I read it, and therefore it doesn't need one. You may disagree with me, but I may disagree with you. That is how I interpret it.
Okay, so I'm going to bring Councillor Marks in, then I'm going to...
Thank you. I have to say, I'm with Councillor Benny, I believe it's interpretation, and we live in the Fens. I know Matt's shaking his head and going, I don't, you know, in disbelief. Matt, could you just read that first paragraph again, please?
The whole paragraph. One. Oh, I can count. I don't know if I can count that high, but I'll give it a go. The sequential test should be used in areas known to be at risk now or in the future from any form of flooding.
Thank you. Known to be, well, I don't believe. How do you then say no? The Fens floods. So are we saying this is like over all the Fens? I mean, I don't believe that part. I've never seen water flooding there. I've seen it flooding the other side, but you know, I think again it comes down to interpretation.
Chairman, to answer the question, flood zone 3 by the EA map is how we judge this. It's not based on personal experience or such matters. We have expert advice that's based on modelling, you know, topography, etc., that tells us that this is at risk of flooding. And you know, you asked the question of how do we do, and that is how.
Sorry, can I come back on that, please? Sorry, sitting beside you is David. Poor David had to turn out to Maney when Maney flooded 3-4 years ago. I know David's going to go, but we actually saw a property because that was going to flood, which is built 5-6 feet out of the ground, and we were told that was flood zone 3. The flooding was actually a quarter of a mile away, half a mile away as a crow flied, and that was in flood zone 1/2. So I think, you know, it's localised. Are we saying this is localised flooding? Why is that going to flood there?
We can just, yeah.
Through you, Chairman. I mean, the flooding that I came out to in Maney several years ago, and which has been brought up at this committee on a number of occasions, wasn't flood zone 3 flooding. It was drains backing up. It was drains not doing the jobs that they were supposed to do. It's a completely different form of flooding to flood zone 3. You basically, you're comparing apples and oranges with respect.
Yeah. So I suppose we've gone as far as we can now, in my view. So we've got a proposal by Councillor Benny, and I'm going to ask him if you want to rescind your proposal, and that means do away with it.
I'll let it go to the vote, please.
Okay. So we are where we are then. So just for the record, Councillor Benny still, after advice from officers and everybody else, wants to put their proposal forward to go against officer recommendation to approve this application. Councillor, so anyone wants to second that? Okay, so Councillor Marks is going to second that. So can I have a show of hands on that proposal to go against officer recommendation to approve this application?
With conditions.
With conditions, of course.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Thank you, Chairman.
With, obviously, that is one, with officer do the conditions, and I would possibly like to be involved in that one. I don't know if you would, Councillor Benny.
Yeah, I'll have a look as well. See.
You'll have a look as well? Yeah, in consultation, yeah, just put the right word in. Thank you. So, I'll say, just to reiterate, that's been approved. So, it is nearly 5:20. Does anybody want 5 minutes? Because we've still got 3 left. I'll give anybody 10 minutes, so I know Councillor French. I know. I'm very kind today. So we're going to be back at 5:30. Thank you. Thank you, members, for being back promptly once again. I now hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR24/09680, agenda item number 13. So, David, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application with all matters reserved to erect up to 4 dwellings, land southwest of the Orchards, Gull Road, Guyhirn. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photo. It's located to the west of Gull Road, sort of as you sort of head out of the village or head into the village, depending which way you're travelling, and forms part of a wider site of open space. Which is effectively sort of an island created by the loop of Gull Drove to the north and the south. The site is within flood zone 1 and has been the subject of several previous refusals of permission. So the application is in outline with all matters reserved, so the plan on screen is therefore illustrative, but shows a single point of access with an internal roadway then running along the frontage of all 4 dwellings, and then the remainder of the island, if you like, is within blue lined land and is indicated as being paddock land associated with the dwellings. So we've got various views of the site here. So the upper left view is along Gull Road looking south, the upper right view is along Gull Road looking north, and then the lower photos across the site looking to the west and east, and give a flavour as to what the site sort of character is currently. So as indicated earlier, the site has been part of several previous refusals for residential development on the site, as indicated within the office report, and it is still considered that the development of the site does not constitute infill, and that it forms a visually important area of green space, the loss of which would be to the detriment of the character and appearance of the area. In addition, the application does not contain sufficient information to fully assess the ecological implications of the development. The recommendation is therefore to refuse the application as set out within the office report. Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, yeah, well done, David. Thank you. We have 1 set of speakers on this application. I'd now like to invite Hevel Savat, I hope I pronounced that right, the applicant, and Chris Walford, of course, he's the agent, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members. Thank you for your time. I'm here with Haval, the applicant and the owner of the site. We're seeking outline planning permission for 4 building plots. The site falls within the built form and the settlement of Guyhirn. The site is even located within the village sign, and we consider it a logical development that continues the existing linear form seen the entire length of Gull Road, right up to the junction with the A47. Gull Road's had a bit of a transformation over the last sort of 10-15 years, and it's very linear now, and we see this as, although it's an outline, the aim is that this will just continue that form right to that village sign to the end of the built form. The site connects to an existing footway network which runs right into the village, giving access to all of the village amenities, including the primary school. There is also a bus stop approximately 90 metres south of our site, and as such we consider this site to be highly sustainable. The site is in flood zone 1, and we have support from the local parish council, highways and the environmental health officer. The site is locally known as a pit. It's defined as made land. I think it was a larger pond at one point. It's been backfilled with concrete and rubble. As such, we consider it to be brownfield and a prime location for redevelopment. Both national and local policy favour redevelopment of brownfield areas, especially those that are within the built form of the village, which we consider this to be. The Council's Environmental Health Officer has confirmed that the reports we have submitted with the application regarding land contamination are satisfactory and confirm that the site is suitable for residential development with the appropriate remediation conditions. The site is also defined as brownfield across various documents, including Fenland's own emerging local plan. Within the document, the site is allocated as favourable for up to 15 dwellings. The document states on the site reference LP61-01 that it is in accordance with the Council's growth strategy and will seek to deliver proportionate growth across the settlement of deliverable sites. Now, I appreciate that it's a draft plan, but regardless of whether it's adopted or not, the thought process is the same, that this is a favourable site for development within the village. FDC officers are defining this site as an important green space, but based on the site's history, the classification within the emerging local plan, and the logical development that this scheme will deliver for the local housing need, we strongly believe that members should consider supporting this application. Just one quick thing on the ecology. We had a specialist ecology report done. Unfortunately, we couldn't get access to one of the watercourses to do a eDNA test on the watercourse. Hence, the reason is on there is because of that one anomaly that we couldn't test the watercourse. But everything on site was deemed satisfactory. I'll pass over to Herval now.
Good afternoon. My name is Heval. Basically, 2021, when I bought the place, is when I approached the people, regarding to my own search. When I explained the place, they all, when I said that, the opposite told tree, they came with one answer: the pit. When I asked, what it is, I've been told concrete and rubble from the horse fair from Wisbech, and I apparently cinema burned in March, and the rubble from there being put it in there. And our test, the soil test, is showed that the land is safe for the residential. And taking that one in the field, the land, it being in field land, it will be called commonly brown field, not the green space. I asked Kevin Wilkin from the Fenland, and is the the confirmation for the green space. I had the confirmation that the place is not designated, neither the green field, neither the open space. And recently, I had a letter from the highway authority that is saying, can I trim my trees? Apparently a bit overgrown. If you leave the place unmanaged, I think then the safety comes to it. Also, if you look at the plan,
30 seconds.
Yeah, plan, there is a minimum visual amenities affecting there, because there is a detached houses, anyone can see it, is still there. I think that the economical part of it should be considered, because during the construction and after construction it will be benefit. I spoke to primary schools, all the teachers, to say the 3-4 bedroom houses is favorable. I think, yes.
If you'd be so kind, just wrap up your presentation in the next 15 seconds, please.
On that base, it's in the settlement, and there is economical benefit. I think that outweigh the benefit of the development. It will be, to some loss of the area.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that, gentlemen, with your presentation. Members, questions, please. Thank you, Councillor Mifflin. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Hello. Question. You said you bought the property site in 2001? 2021. Yeah. Do you know when it was? Because you mentioned the horse fair in Wisbech. Do you know when it was infilled? When the land was filled?
When I asked the people, around there. Apparently, I've been told, the 1980s, 1990s, and apparently, I went to the bit historical backside of it till 1870. It used to be an orchard in the area, the Guyhirn, and there was some, the lake, and they put the road on the middle, and that itself is a sort of, after being filled, I believe, and that's as much as the information I know about it. So previously known orchard. That's why they call it Southwest Orchard. And today is not much orchard in there. When I bought it around the Gold Road, there was a new development, and also there is a new development on the Gold Road as well. So area dramatically changed since.
Thank you. I know the area because it's Guyhirn, and I use that road regularly. Thank you.
Right, I think I'll come in there then. Okay, Mr. Walford, you mentioned the emerging local plan, but as you're well aware, we can give very little or no weight to that. It's not gone through the proper consultation yet. It's not been gone through the inspector. So just to reiterate, we can't give any weight to that. So that sums that one up. So Mr. Savat, you bought it in 2021. Okay, that's fine. I've been on this committee now for more years than I care to remember, and been to this meeting, been to this site several times. So when did you say that you filled that in? Did you say to me? Have you said to me? I think you intimated that you put brick rubble in there.
No, I didn't say that. I said that the local people, when I spoke to them about the land, and when I think the people there previously there was some objection concerned with the contamination, and when they told me this is the way said you don't know what it is under.
When was it?
I think I started buying it April 2020, and we to finish the whole things 21.
But it was already filled. There was no.
It was already filled, and I did not touch since.
That's fine, because ever since I've been doing it for the last few years, this has come to this planning committee. It's been like it is, basically like it is, from to my recollection. So thank you for clarifying that.
Not sure if it's relevant or not. There is a static caravan on site. What is that about?
Sorry?
There's a static.
Yes.
Yes. What's that? What's that?
It's basically at the moment when I moved from London to here, I had my things. It's just the extra things I couldn't find the places. It's just the storage I'm using on the site, and also one of the house will be my own house, because at the moment I am the tenant. So whatever that's what the idea of the moving to here to settle. So I do extra care, on the location for the personal reason, and the static house is just my extra tools and that one.
Let's clarify that then. No more questions at all? No, thank you, gentlemen. Members, questions to officers if you have any? No. You've got one, Councillor Miffordin, please.
Yeah, in the presentation we heard, the gentleman said that officers had regarded it as a brownfield site, as a public open space, a brownfield site. Can we just have clarification on that, please?
Through you, Chairman, certainly officers have never considered the site to be brownfield, and just having had a look at the definition of brownfield land in the MPPF, in my view, is that there's no way that this would be classified as brownfield land within that definition. Officers have said that it's a green space. It is a green space. I don't think there's any arguing about that. And the view of officers has consistently been since 2017 that that green space forms an important visual feature within the character of the area, and the loss of that would be to the detriment of the area.
Thank you for clarifying. I meant green space, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members, any more questions at all? No, thank you very much. So, I'd now like to invite members to debate the item in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, raise your hand so we're in debate. Anybody wants to kick off this debate? I can't kick it off, can I? I'm going to give another 20 seconds to anybody just to make their mind up. Time is moving on. I'm just going to ask once more before I close the debate. No, you had it. No, the debate's closed now. You haven't got anything to mention it. So, I'm looking now. Do I have a proposer to go with officer recommendation to refuse planning permission? So, Have I got a proposal to go with officer recommendation? To refuse it, Councillor French?
Yes.
Right, okay. Have we got a seconder for Councillor French's proposal? Councillor Benny at the last minute, okay. So to sum it all up in a nutshell, we've got a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse this application. It's proposed by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Benny. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? Those against? 2. Okay, so that application has been refused. Thank you. Moving. Yeah, so Councillor Marks is just leaving. No, he's not. He's sitting in the members. He'll be leaving very shortly, I think. Okay, so we'll quickly move on. Now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application F/YR24/0627F, agenda item number 14. David, when you're ready again. Oh yeah, okay, well you know when you're ready to start.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is a full application to erect 5 dwellings, 1 single-storey 2-bed dwelling and 4 2-storey 2-bed dwellings involving the demolition of an existing dwelling and garage. The location is Lavender Mill Bungalow, Fallow Corner, Drove at Mainey. So just to make members aware that some further information was submitted by the applicant yesterday, sort of tea time. However, this has not been the subject of any assessment and as such doesn't form part of the consideration of the application that's in front of you today. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan and aerial photos. The site sits within an established line of residential dwellings, which are sort of a similar alignment. Currently a single bungalow is located within the middle of the site, and that's sort of reflective of that general pattern of development. The site immediately to the north is currently being redeveloped for 29 dwellings on what was the old Lavender Mill site. Some long-standing members of the community may recall the applications on that site. And then sort of Fallow Corner Drove is considered to really mark the edge of the village, with the land to the south being open agricultural fields. The site is predominantly in flood zone 3 with small elements in flood zones 2 and 1 as you go back within the site, but the majority is flood zone 3. So the site layout plan shows the proposed development. A quadrant block of 4 dwellings, being described as maisonettes elsewhere within the application and also within the office report, is proposed kind of in the middle of the plan. This building would sit sort of forward of the current bungalow, and then in front of this would be areas of garden to serve units 1 and 2. These are sort of shown in vaguely in green on the plan, with a shared car parking area in front of this, which would have, I think, 6 car parking spaces. Just draw members' attention to the extent of development at the front of the site and the contrast to the neighbouring properties in this regard, especially Culross Lodge to the east and the kind of open frontage of that. I'd also draw members' attention to the proximity of the building to the eastern boundary of the site with Culross Lodge as well. To the back of the quadrant block is a bungalow, described as Unit 5, and again I would just draw members' attention to the proximity of the bungalow to the rear elevation of that quadrant block. Access is to the west of the site, shown in the sort of pink colour, shall we say, and this is actually the development, or is the access through to the development to the rear for the 29 dwellings. Should also point out that the applicant for this application is also the developer of the site to the rear. In the top left-hand corner of this image, there is a plan showing a 3D visual from the southwestern corner of the unit, That will be shown again in more detail later in the presentation, but we'll just draw members' attention in the foreground of this is sort of the enclosed garden, which would serve Unit 1. So this slide shows the east and north elevations in sort of plan form. The two sort of 3D, the 3D images to the right of the plan show the south and east elevations in the upper image, and the north and east elevations in the lower. Just draw members' attention to the raised entrances to units 2 and 3 on that east elevation, and the raised areas to the ground floor level at the rear as well. So the elevations here show the south elevation in the upper left, and then the west elevation, and then the 3D images show how these two elevations would appear, and then in the lower image the west and north elevation. And then we've got the elevations of the bungalow and its sort of attached garage, just shown here. Again, as you can sort of see, it's proposed that the bungalow is to be sort of raised up, or the entrance to the bungalow is to be raised up as well. So the street scenes are provided here. The upper image shows the street scene sort of within the development, with the bungalow to the left hand side and sort of running down with Parson Drove to sort of the right hand side of the image. And then the lower image shows the street scene to follow Parson Drove itself, and again sort of illustrates the relationship in particular with Chorus Lodge to the east of the site. So we've got further visualisation of the quadrant block here, the car parking area to the front, and the two areas of garden sort of between the car parking area and the front elevation of the block. Just draw members' attention sort of to those in terms of the actual sort of the size and extent of those, and also in this image you can just make out the steps on the right hand side, the east elevation, which would actually access sort of effectively the doorways to the two properties, units 2 and 3, and the proximity of that to the boundary with Chorus Lodge. We've got that further 3D image that I referenced earlier in a little bit more detail. As I say, in the kind of the very foreground of the image behind the wall, that is the garden area for plot number 1, and then you can see behind that is the enclosed garden area for plot number 2. So photos of the site are shown on screen. The site has changed slightly since these photos were taken, that it's currently being used as a sort of a compound in association with the work taking place to the rear. But I think these photos show the relationships to the neighbouring dwelling, especially across the Chorus Lodge. Also the bungalow that's there at the moment, which is to be removed. And then here we've got further photos showing the relationship between the site and Chorus Lodge. And also the sort of bottom right hand image sort of shows the general kind of topography, which there is actually sort of quite a fall, certainly by Fenland standards, from the sort of the north to the south at Parson Drove. So to summarise, the principle of redeveloping the site for some form of residential development is broadly acceptable. However, the form, scale and appearance of the development proposed is considered at odds with the character of the area and would adversely impact upon the appearance of this. In addition, the relationship with Chorus Lodge to the east is considered unacceptable in terms of overlooking and loss of privacy to that property. And additionally, there are conflicting details within the submitted information which does not allow any accurate assessment to be made of the relationship of the bungalow to adjacent dwellings. The development is also considered to provide substandard levels of amenity for future residents with inadequate garden space for plots or units 1 and 2, and also overlooking of the garden of the bungalow from the first floor of the quadrant block. The majority of the site is within flood zone 3, and no sequential assessment has been carried out as part of the application. The ecological appraisal submitted with the application indicates that there is the potential for protected species to be present on site, and recommends further survey work to be carried out to establish this impact and any necessary mitigation. No such work has been undertaken, and it is not possible, therefore, to adequately assess that impact. Similarly, the biodiversity net gain information submitted is deemed to be inadequate, largely because it doesn't address the presence of protected species, and also does not therefore allow assessment of whether the development would meet biodiversity net gain requirements. Finally, the application seeks to link this development to the development of the site to the rear, and to provide a voluntary financial contribution across both developments. However, no viability assessment has been submitted as required in the relevant policy of the local plan to ascertain whether the contribution being proposed is the optimal available from the development. As such, the officer recommendation is to refuse the application on the reasons set out within the report, the 8 reasons refusal set out there, Chairman. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, David. We have 3 sets of speakers on this application. Firstly, I'll ask Member Services, which is Elaine, to read out the written representation from Alan Melton. He's the clerk of Mainey Parish Council. Thank you.
Mainey Parish Council have resolved to support the application consisting of the demolition of Lavender Bungalow and replacement with 5 dwellings. The Council recognises that there is a need for this type of dwelling, which offers an affordable alternative to buying a detached or semi-detached property. Although the Council noted the Planning Officer comments regarding the lack of open space and garden area, the level of open space is consistent with our comments regarding the affordability of these dwellings. The Council noted that the local highway officer has no objection. The Council noted the comments regarding the preservation of ecology matters. However, the Council feels that sensible mitigation measures can overcome these issues. The Council agrees that Anglian Water has failed to invest significantly in the foul water discharge in Mainey. Mainey is recognised as a growth settlement. Fenland Planning and the Environment Agency should therefore urge Anglian Water to invest significantly in Mainey. Mainey Parish Council urges members to approve this application.
Yep, thank you very much, Elaine, there. So without further ado, I'd now like to invite Councillor Charlie Marks. He's indeed the ward councillor, to make his presentation to the committee. You know what to do, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you. And how does it feel to be the next side of the
Again, I feel as though I'm in front of the firing squad. To see David smile, though, is nice. Thank you. I'll keep this as brief as I can. Okay, so I am the district councillor for Mainey, live in Mainey. Over the last 3 to 4 years, have worked tirelessly with the developer, not only the developer, but also Mainey Parish Council, who I'm also a member of, and the locals, neighbouring properties and closer properties as well, regarding this development. The development previously was a rundown mill. It was then demolished by the previous owners, who had put, there was note of some 106 money, which was to come back into the village, approximately 110 to 115,000 pounds. Unfortunately, after demolishing the mill, they went back. I'm not sure if they actually went to appeal or if they came back to planning, but that was actually squelched. So we never got any money back into the village regarding the previous owners, which was sad. The new people have bought it, obviously the new developers who have it now. And as I say, they've worked tirelessly with us. So I've read what has been said regarding the size and scale of the property. Well, sorry, let's start with the bungalow. The bungalow in question, I knew the previous people who lived there. They rented it. It's in a poor condition. It basically is built virtually on a hillside, as you've already seen by the slides. It was a worker's cottage bit before for the mill. They moved into it, and as I say, no money had been spent on it for a number of years. And looking at it today, the best thing that could actually happen to it would be it be demolished. From there, moving on to what is now proposed to put on, which is up to 5 properties. Scale on the 4 adjoining together properties. Had a look at that, then thought, yeah, scale may be slightly larger, but then when you look at other properties within the Mainey area, go down Station Road, we've got a multitude of properties there, which are all different. and they are larger, smaller. Some say they look like Southport. So, you know, I've heard various. Some say like Buckingham Palace. And then again, along the road there as well, you have actually got quite a lot of scaled properties, which are larger properties. One I believe is 7-bedroom, and again, moving further down, you have balconies and stuff looking across. So I don't believe that the scale of the property that's being described here would actually affect the street scene. In fact, I think it would make it look better on an entrance to what is going to be 29, I believe, bungalows, which we are desperate for in Maney. Maney is crying out for 2-3 bedroom bungalows, stroke chalets, and luckily we have that now coming. So from there, flood risk. I'm not going to bring it up again, David, I promise, but all I will say regarding flooding is I will leave sequential test to somebody else, but that hasn't flooded. The flooding was elsewhere in the village, but David will go from that. Regarding bats, ecology, so there may be, reading the report, bats there. However, I think they're more likely, and having spoken to the police when they came out, we had another bat issue in the village. Apparently bats either like tall trees, or alternatively, they like big old barns. Across the road is an old mill. It's still standing. The likelihood is, I would believe, they're more likely to be in there than they are, because this has been now being used as offices. So I don't think there would be any likelihood of bats in there, but again, we will wait for that report. Substandard area to plots 1 and 2. Again, I come back to what we said previously, earlier in these meetings regarding some people don't want big gardens. Some people don't want that. And again, with parking, we're now very lucky. We have a station in Maney. People walk to the station. We also have a good bus route. And the likelihood is a lot of these properties are going to be for like retired people anyway, and not young families. So again, I don't see that's too much of an issue. Financial contribution, I have to say, and I've sat here in numerous planning committee meetings where we've heard regarding financials and what the developers actually do. We sat here last month and regarding a roundabout, which was going to go in after 50, 100, whatever. These gentlemen have come along and they've actually already started investing into Maney. Maney Parish Council has asked for various things and they've already done that. Before they've even started development, they've put their money where their mouths are, and I believe they will go on to do that. I will leave it at that point.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. Questions, clarifications to Councillor Marks? I've forgotten that bit. Don't jump the gun. There may be some. Anybody got any questions for Councillor Marks? No. Okay. No.
I'll leave the room.
Right, members, questions to officers. Oh, sorry, we've got another speaker. What am I doing? Right. So now I'd like to invite Chris Cooper. I do apologise, Mr. Cooper. He's the applicant to make his presentation to the committee. I do apologise once again. Thank you. If you start your presentation again, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak today. Could I suggest that we go back to the list of refusals? Would that be right? There's a bullet-pointed list. If I think just go through these. As the lead architect on this, I think it's a really good scheme, and I think it responds to layering through the site. The photos that were shown on the slides did not present the large 4, 5, 6 bedroom properties which are to the west of this site, and I think that would have been fair to show those properties, because as you drive down Fallow Corner Road, it's all about the scale of those properties, and my architectural approach has been to respect that pattern of development with a larger structure at the front of the site, and then as we go up through the site to layer into bungalows and then transition into phase 1 where we're building 29 bungalows. The larger structure at the front in architectural terms turns the corner, and it does have prominence, but I say I say that's a good thing. And I say adds visual interest and will be exciting. And with respect to point one, I'd say that all the materials we've proposed here are being used in phase one, and they align with all the materials on Fallow Corner Drove. So in my view, I say it is in keeping with the area. There's talk in the report about the nature of small dwellings. I've come from a discussion this week with 21-year-old daughter of a third-generation farmer in Mainey who can't get on the housing ladder. She can just about afford a mortgage, and because she can just about do that, she can't get on the into social housing. So she is one of these people who would benefit from these small starter homes, which, not affordable in tenure, would be affordable in market terms, and would mean that she wouldn't have to look. She's now looking north of Wisbech and up into Lincolnshire, but she wants to stay local. With respect to Cool Russ, there was an objection early in the process from the occupant of that dwelling. The designs have been changed. At the first floor on the east elevation, there are two single light windows which serve a bathroom. They're obscure glazed, so there is no overlooking there. And there's also a side obscure glazed panel which has been added onto the balcony, which I thought was a nice touch, so that one could look at the cathedral. If necessary, a condition could be applied to insert a fan light with the main part of the window being fixed shut on that side elevation. I don't understand the reference to inconsistent details on plot 5. Flood risk assessment says that it must be 0.5 of a metre above adjacent ground level, and it is. The private outdoor amenity space comments, I'm afraid I find that erroneous. I've double checked and triple checked. Average is 44%, the minimum is plot 1 with 38%, and the requirement is 33%. So I'd be interested to have that discussion. With respect to sequential test, our advice as to the legal position is that under the Flood and Water Management Act 2010 and the Water Act 2010, and within the policy of the MPPF, there's sufficient flexibility to obviate the need for a sequential test when there's sufficient circumstantial evidence to prove that there is no risk of flooding. And we have here evidence that this has not flooded in hundreds of years. And it is also in an incredibly tightly monitored area. And there's been no suggestion from either the Middle Level Commission, the Mainey and Wilney Drainage Board Commissioners, or the Kirk and Wimbledon Board that there's a problem. Sorry, how long? Thank you. Okay. Batroost, yes, that can be conditioned by with a condition, and I've proposed that in my letter yesterday. B&G, all the data was submitted yesterday, and again, that can be handled by condition. It's quite standard. And the financial contribution, no viability assessment, because it's a voluntary thing. It's responded to the request for a contribution. So there's no viability assessment required. I hope that's helpful.
It certainly has been helpful, Mr. Cooper. Members, questions, clarifications? No. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, questions, clarifications to officers, please, members? No? Oh, Councillor French. Thank you.
I'm sure it's a typo. The application must be determined by the 30th of June 2020. Is that an error?
Through you, Chairman. No, it's not. I think it's probably fair to say that a new officer who has only just joined the council, isn't probably quite as in tune with our focus on getting applications determined as we are, and did agree a fairly lengthy extension of time. However, there are so many fundamental issues as set out within the report from the officer's perspective that it wasn't considered prudent to sort of delay the determination of that any longer. Hence, it's here in front of the committee this afternoon.
Because it appears it's lacking bits and pieces in this. Just wanting this application could be deferred because it's lacking in some bits and pieces.
Yeah, well, I prefer not. After all this time, I prefer not to have it deferred. I think we all, most of us would. I think we want to get something. We want to get these things sorted out now. But who knows? Any more questions to officers at all? No. So now, I'd like to ask members to debate the application in respect of material planning considerations relevant to the application. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hands. So we're in debate, ladies and gentlemen, members. Who wants to kick off this debate? Okay, Councillor Benny, thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. When I first looked at this, I thought, oh, that's a bit cramped. But then me and Councillor French went there and had a look at it on Sunday. And after looking at the plans and certainly those images, I think that it's a good quality development here. I'm pleased to hear from the agent that the overlooking aspects have been resolved with Calderus Lodge. Personally, I think this is a gateway into the Lavender Mill estate that's there. This is something that Mainie's been working very hard towards delivering. This is in my adjacent ward, and I think that this application certainly warrants merit, and be interested to see what my colleagues have to say about it.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Benny. I think I'll come in. It seems to me, regarding Mr. Cooper's presentation, that this is to me is a well thought out scheme. To be fair, he's doing this first, and then he's putting bungalows in, and it seems to me, just to reiterate, it does seem to be well thought out. Not like some of the schemes come before it. It's willy nilly. We don't know where we are. This one we're clear, and more important, Mainie Parish Council are clear, and they support it. And taking Councillor Mark's comments into consideration, they've been working proactively towards coming to a very favourable conclusion with Mainie Parish Council. So I think they should be commended on that, to be fair. Lots of agents and all applications don't do this. So I think it needs to be commended, and may that continue. Thank you. I'm going to bring in Stephen, our legal.
Yeah, just to reiterate, I know members are aware of this, but just to remind them that Parish Council support in itself is not a material consideration in determining the application.
It isn't. No, it isn't. Absolutely not. But it's a comment that I've made. So, which is absolutely correct. They are.
Yeah. I mean, looking through the reasons for refusal, I think I can support this application. I mean, the amount of development taking place on the site, well, we've certainly had far more cramped applications than this one, haven't we, Mr. Chairman? And I remember my very first planning meeting many, many years ago, and we had a site at Wisbech St Mary's, and there were some flats there, and they said nobody wants one-bedroom flats, and all the speakers were against one-bedroom flats. And somebody said, just because you haven't got any doesn't mean you want any, and they all sold. So because this is maybe not in keeping, maybe not, I think they look very nice. Again, until this, when they're built, I bet they won't stand there empty for long. Somebody will come along and buy them. Just because there's nothing else like it in the road doesn't mean it's unwanted, or it won't sell. I'm fairly confident that if they build it, they will buy them. the overlooking, I feel that's been addressed. The reason 2. Reason 3, inadequate information has been submitted within the application of a full comprehensive relationship between plot 5. I actually feel that that is addressed. I don't see where that is a problem myself. Another subjective view. Looking at reason 4, by virtue of the substandard garden area, but we've had this already today. Not everybody wants big gardens. In fact, a lot of young people these days have no desire to do gardening. A lot of old people equally don't want gardening, and once they're built, people will have the choice. It will be buyer beware and make an informed decision on that one. So I feel that that could be overcome. 5, the flooding. Well, we've already overturned one this afternoon in a similar situation. I mean, this land here, it certainly is flood zone 3 directly opposite. We have looked at this. We've had several applications in Parson Drove, and you can see where this just falls away into flood zone 3, which is directly opposite the other side of the road, which is why we turned down buildings there, because they are very, very low. And with the scheme that's here, I feel that can be mitigated quite nicely. The ecology appraisal, I think that could be done by way of condition. So 6 and 7 could be done by way of condition. And in terms of voluntary contribution, well, we have agents come here every month, and every month they promise us the world, and then when they get the application, they take it to appeal, and they don't pay us anything. Now, if we've got a voluntary contribution on the table, I think that that is as good as we can take for any application. Welcome, what my colleagues think.
Yeah, so I think I can go a little. Yeah, absolutely. Please
Sorry,
do.
with the paucity of members that we've got, I'll join in the debate if that's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that's probably might be a good thing. I mean, I think just to correct or pick up on a couple of things. I mean, in terms of initially the garden space, yes, people may not necessarily want big gardens, but I think it's worth just emphasising exactly how small the gardens to plots 1 and 2 are. It is set out in the report, but the garden spaces measure 6 metres by 2.7 metres and 4.9 metres by 1.6 metres. They're the size of car parking spaces, to put that in some sort of context. That is incredibly small in terms of any kind of usable amenity space. The 2-bed units, we're hearing that they're potentially sort of starter homes for people. I dread to think if those starter homes become starter family homes, because there is absolutely no space for amenity or outdoor use, basically, for those 2 particular plots. To pick up on the issue of overlooking, as set out within the report, the issues that the applicant has raised in terms of how the issue of overlooking has been addressed has not satisfactorily answered our concerns. The concerns are largely around the accessing of units 2 and 3 on that eastern side. You've got raised steps to actually get into the property by approximately 1.2 metres. You've got a 1.8 metre fence. Literally, every time somebody goes into one of those properties or comes out of one of those properties, they will be looking over that fence at Coolrush Lodge, into the side windows that are there, and into the sort of the more private side area of that property. That's the concern, which hasn't been addressed as part of the application. So any other overlooking issues may have been addressed, but that still remains, and that's what's set out within the report. And in terms of the ecology issues, they can't be dealt with by condition. It's sort of quite clear that in legislative terms, those issues need to be resolved before a decision is made, so that those material considerations are adequately assessed. I mean, I think it is probably worth pointing out that the ecological appraisal that we've actually got with the application is dated April 2023. So there have actually been 2 kind of surveying seasons where that necessary information could have actually been addressed. And indeed, it's the applicant's own survey work that's identified the presence of protected species or the potential presence of protected species within the site. So those two issues really can't be dealt with through condition. And then in respect of the issue of voluntary contributions, ultimately there is the policy requirement is that if sites are to be linked, there needs to be a full viability assessment to ascertain whether the contribution that's being offered is the optimum available or not. As it stands at the moment, in relation to this application, there is £8,000 on the table, effectively from a 33 house scheme. If you combine this with the site to the rear, that doesn't seem a great deal of money to necessarily mitigate any harm arising from the wider development, and that's the point of us needing a viability assessment to fully assess that contribution. I think if members are sort of approaching this in the sense that it's a voluntary contribution that's being put forward, and I'll defer to Stephen's advice, I would have strong concerns that without the viability assessment being undertaken, that starts to get into the territory of potentially buying planning permissions, and I say that in inverted commas, because I don't wish to imply any impropriety by anybody, but that is the kind of territory that we're sort of getting into, and I'll ask Stephen to sort of come in on that, if I may, Chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chairman. Yes, the planning authority can only require a payment if there's a proven requirement for that payment linked to the development. And as David says, in the absence of a viability report, I don't see how the planning authority can begin to understand the appropriate level of contribution here. And certainly a voluntary contribution, if that's what it is, should not be taken into account in determining the application. So the implication, the consequence might be that if members approve this application, the absence of a proper viability report, then they may be missing out on a genuinely higher level of contribution.
Yeah, I think I've been waiting patiently, and thank you very much for your comments. And I agree with everything Councillor Benny says. I just draw members' attention to those who haven't been on the committee too long. We passed 2, if not 3, on the other side of the road a few years ago, next to the mill that was mentioned a few minutes ago. If there is going to be any bats there, I absolutely agree. That's where they're more likely to end up. You know, we all know where bats like to be. Bats in the belfry, bats in the mill. That's their choice. As far as the contribution is concerned, I think I do believe, Councillor Mark said, the previous owner of the site, is it 21 houses? Correct me if I'm wrong. 29 houses. There is no contribution at all. So that's gone. That ship sailed. So, sorry?
Legally,
that ship sailed, doesn't it?
Through you, Chairman, if we are linking the sites and saying they're one development, that opens up the viability issue for that whole site legally, because it's one scheme. And that's the point. If we're doing that, we need to look at the whole scheme. If we're saying it's standalone, we should not be accepting anything because it's 4 units and they shouldn't be providing anything, or 5 units, but that's the point. That's the issue. We're stuck in a very difficult position in relation to legality. And either way, we either should be looking at viability for the whole scheme, or we shouldn't be taking any financial contribution, depending on which decision we make.
Well, this looks to me, I'm going to carry on, this looks to me, this is a standalone scheme. This is what's in the application, isn't it? We're not looking. They're not mentioning the other 29, are they? Well, they do, because he said it's going to map up. But this is a standalone scheme. This is what we're voting on here today, aren't we?
Quick, Chairman, if I can just come in. That's all. Effectively, it's the applicants that are seeking to link the two sites in terms of making voluntary contributions, and indeed their sort of calculations to what they will provide in relation to this application is partly based on that first phase of 29 dwellings at the back. So the applicants have sought to link the two sites from that point of view, which is where this issue of either we're linking it and we're kind of doing it properly and we're getting a viability assessment, or we shouldn't, as the head of services just said, or we shouldn't be actually seeking any contribution because it's only a scheme for 4 houses.
Okay. We're in a bit of a conundrum, aren't we? Councillor French.
Thank you. Question. So there's 2 different sites. Is it the same applicant owner of the 2 sites? So my understanding, I've been on planning for a few years. My understanding when this type of thing happens is you do link the whole lot together, not just in isolation. As you know, I like to get Section 106s. We've seen it time and time and time again. When it goes to viability, it comes back, oh dear, we can't afford anything. And to offer, it's good that the applicant wants to offer it, but £8,000, I don't know what that paid for. Wouldn't even pay for some street lighting. I think David's totally right. If we're going to do it, it's got to be the whole scheme. But I'll be advised by Stephen.
Well, quite
Bring
simply,
you in, Stephen, and Councillor Benny
sorry,
wants to come in.
the legal position, as I'm bound to advise you, is very clear here. You cannot, on this application, take into account any voluntary, in inverted commas, offer, because it is not a legal requirement for you to do so. Indeed, you cannot do so. If, on the other hand, there's a suggestion that you should take into account the wider sites, including the sites already got permission, you can't require anything at this stage because you don't know what the numbers are. So you cannot require any contributions, whichever way you look at that today. And you certainly can't take into account the £8,000 because that's unlawful for you to do so.
Okay.
Just for like members and everything. See, it is quite unusual where an applicant is trying to link sites. It's normally they're trying to split them. So if you're wondering why, it makes it a bit more difficult for everyone to be given advice because it's not the usual position to be in. But just for context, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what the next thing I'm going to say. I'm not asleep. Yeah, I know. I usually, yeah. Okay, Councillor Benny, I'll bring you in while I still think. Carry on.
Yeah. To me, the stumbling block on this is the fact that if we take the £8,000, then it looks like we're being bought, which I don't think we can do. If we just say, well, we won't accept the £8,000, then we're going to be criticised for saying, that's it, you're throwing good money away, you should have taken that, legally we can't. Or we defer it so that we have, but I would only defer it on a couple of reasons here. I would defer it for the BNG requirements to be sorted out and also to sort out the financial contributions.
Yeah, that was the route I was going down. I mean, I'm absolutely in favour of this site. I don't want to do anything illegal or anything like that, but I wouldn't be comfortable about turning this down. So if we were going to do anything, I certainly wouldn't be in favour, and I wouldn't be asking this members to refuse it. But I think, although I'm not happy with it, I think that's the best compromise legally that we can probably do with this. But I do it with a heavy heart, to be honest. But I'll bring Councillor French in, and after Councillor Benny, she may have some inspiration somewhere.
I did suggest that half an hour ago we had a deferment.
You just have to have your tea a bit later, Councillor French, won't you? Councillor Benny.
Do you, Chairman, I just want to say, in Councillor Benny's point around specific deferrals, as we've already discussed, ecology is a point that we can't defer under conditions. I'd encourage members also added the back survey as well onto that for that reason, because that protected species, ecology, etc., things that legislation says we have to front load. So just for clarity.
Personally, I would accept those 3 reasons for deferment.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way I'd only accept that, really. Certainly not, I'm not going to accept that we turn this down wholesale, to be fair. I don't know what other members think about it. Do you want to come into it, Councillor Mifferton? You were...
No, Chairman, I agree with what Councillor Bennett said. But one thing please correct me if I'm wrong here. I thought we said the most likely place that the bats will be at the old mill. So why do we need a bat survey for this site as an existing bungalow?
Because we need a belt and braces to say that's actually where they are, and they're not where the development site might be. That's the only thing. I'm fairly certain they're not going to be there, but we are where we are, aren't we? We're still in debate. Do you want to add to something else to it, Councillor?
Yeah, I mean, the bat survey is that they are protected by law, and I think we can't go against that. The contributions, we can't take the £8,000. We've either got to say, well, we're going to just walk away from the money, and that isn't right either. I think it does need to have an assessment on it. And for the biodiversity net gain, I think that for those three reasons, I would defer it for those three things to be resolved, but only on those three things. Sorry, are you looking for a proposal to go with officers?
I'm indeed looking for a proposal.
Are you looking for a proposal different to the officers?
Defer.
Okay, in that case,
I'm putting words in your mouth there, aren't I?
The officers first. Recommendation. Might you take the officers?
Do I have a proposal to go with officer's recommendation to refuse planning permission? Can't see one. So have I got another proposal?
Right, I propose that we go for a deferment on this to, I've got my glasses on and off today, only for the three things of the ecological appraisal, the bat survey, and to sort out the financial contributions and the assessment of the site, but only on those three reasons.
Have we got a seconder on that, Councillor French? So can I have a proposal on deferment, please, on the proposal? So that's unanimous on a deferral. So that's where we are. Only on those three things, though, one must say. Thank you. Just wait for Councillor Marks to come back in the chamber, and then we'll carry on with the last application. Now I'll hand over to David Rowan to present application YF/YR24/0891/0, agenda item number 15, and the last one on the agenda this afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So this is an outline application with all matters reserved to erect a single dwelling, land north of Meadow Cottage, Parson Drove at Gorefield. Information was submitted by the applicant's agent yesterday, which has not been accepted as forming part of the application. And as such, the application is considered on the basis of the originally submitted information only. So the application site is shown in red on the location plan aerial photo. Forms part of an agricultural field to the west of Parson Drove in an area characterised by sporadic development within the open countryside. The site is approximately 1 kilometre southwest as the crow flies of what might be considered the edge of the built form of Gorefield. The site is in flood zone 3 and has previously been the subject to a refusal of permission for 2 dwellings in 2018. So the application is in outline with all matters reserved, so the plan shown is purely illustrative, shows an access from Parson Drove to the north of the plot with a parking and turning area in front of the dwelling, and then obviously the dwelling sat pretty much in the middle of the plot. So we've got various views here. The top left image is looking north along Allen's Drove. The upper right image is a view south along Allen's Drove. The bottom left image is of the application site itself, with Meadow Cottage to the south beyond that line of vegetation. And then the bottom right image is sort of a view towards the northern boundary of the site, showing kind of open countryside to the north. So to summarise, insufficient evidence has been put forward within the application to demonstrate that the dwelling is essential in this location to admit, and as such it conflicts with the locational policy of the local plan. The development of this site, the unjustified development of this site, is inherently considered to adversely impact upon the rural character and appearance of the area, and additionally the site is within flood zone 3 and no sequential assessment has been submitted, with the flood risk assessment only setting out that the site is within a defended area, which is contrary to the relevant national and local policies. Consequently, the recommendation is to refuse the application as set out within the report. Thank you, Chair.
Yep, thanks once again, David. We have one set of speakers on this application. I would like to invite Mr. Brownlow, he's the applicant, and Shana Jackson, of course, she's the agent, to make their presentation to the committee. You've got 5 minutes between you, as you well know. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and hello again. This application is for an occupational dwelling to be used to support Mr. and Mrs. Brownlow's existing agricultural enterprise. The site is located on land within the existing agricultural holding. It's been specifically chosen as it's the land closest to the centre of Gorefield and is positioned amongst other buildings. This way, the dwelling will provide a long-term solution for Mr. and Mrs. Brownlow when they retire. They'll be close to the village with its associated amenities. Mr. Brownlow is currently actively working on the farm and is in the process of moving his family into the business to secure the long-term viability of the farm. The new dwelling will allow for Mr. Brownlow to continue working until he retires, whilst allowing for his family to move into the existing farmhouse at Harold's Bridge, where they can begin to take over the business. There is clearly a need for an agricultural dwelling associated with the farm, as the applicants have lived in the farmhouse for a considerable time. Incidentally, the existing farmhouse is not agriculturally tied, and therefore this application presents an opportunity to secure a dwelling for the exclusive use of the farm, which will complete the business offering. The difference between this application and the previous refusal is that we are now asking for an occupational dwelling linked to the farm and not for open market housing like was previously proposed. Mr. and Mrs. Brownlow are passionate about Gorefield, have lived there all their lives and want to be closer to the village centre. As before, this particular site has been chosen due to it being on part of the holding and in close proximity to both the village centre and the remainder of the farm. Being amongst existing dwellings, I fail to see how harm is caused to the character and appearance of the countryside, given that this is effectively an infill type of development within a cluster of existing properties. With regards to the sequential test, as per the design and access statement and the submitted flood risk assessment, there are no alternative sites which could accommodate the dwelling and are at lower risk of flooding. You will be aware of the additional sequential test report which was circulated yesterday, which further details the application of the sequential test. The committee report, paragraph 2.2, acknowledges that the site is at very low risk of surface water flooding, and I would refer you again to paragraph 175 of the MPPF, which states that the sequential test is not required if a flood risk assessment demonstrates that the site is safe. In any event, I would highlight to you that the submission demonstrates that the sequential test is passed. Given the flood risk assessment shows the development is technically safe from flooding and that the proposal will support an existing rural enterprise to the benefit of the local community, the exception test is also passed. In summary, this application is for an agricultural dwelling to support an agricultural enterprise. It is in an optimum location, being amongst existing properties on land within the farm ownership and as close to the village centre as possible. The proposal will secure the long-term viability of the farm. The development passes the sequential test due to there being no other land available within the holding, which is at lower risk of flooding. The development complies with policies of the development plan, and I respectfully request that planning permission is granted. And I have Mr. Brownlow here with me, should you wish to ask him any questions. Thank you.
Yep. So, members' questions, Mr. Brownlow or Mrs. Jackson, and you've got one, Councillor Marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Is the farm next door? No. So how far away is the farm?
It's a crow fly. It's about a mile. It's
Right.
2 roads over. It's not far.
By road?
Yes.
No, as a crow flies, you said about a mile.
Yes.
So how far by road?
1.5 miles.
Right.
To 2.
Okay. Councillor Miffordon, please, yeah?
Thanks, Chair. Can I just ask you, so how far away from the farm do you live right now?
I live on the farm at the moment.
You live on the farm at the moment?
Yes.
Right, okay. So what's the...
I'm 68 this year, and I've got to look to retire. I've had a major operation on my shoulder this year, and I want my son to take it on.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Brenner, you say you live on the farm, so just for the committee and just whereabouts pinpoint where you live. Do you live down Allen Strove?
I live at Harold Bridge.
Right. So how far is that away? I mean, I know, but just for people who probably don't, how far is Harold Bridge away from the application site?
A mile to the west, you say?
Straight across the fields, it's about a mile.
So
by road, 1.5 miles, 3/4 mile, 3/4.
Okay.
To the west, yeah.
Okay. For answering those. Anybody else got any more questions for? Yeah, Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah. How many acres do you farm?
270.
270. Okay. Yeah. And what kind of agriculture do you do?
It's all arable. Yeah. And we do a lot of hay and haylage for horses on other land.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else got any more questions at all? No, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Brownlow and Mrs. Jackson. Members, any questions to officers? Councillor Marks.
I'm slightly struggling to see how this can be agricultural tide from the distance away from the farm. I mean, it's obviously going on farmland. We've heard from the gentleman or from the regarding agriculture, but I don't quite see how this could be in any way tied to the farm. Can you, apart from it's on the farmland?
Through you, Chairman, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that a lot of the information that we just heard from the agent isn't actually included within the application, no, I would concur. I don't see any. There is no agricultural justification. While I can appreciate Mr. Brownlow's desire to retire, there seems to be the potential for numerous other properties to be purchased in and around the vicinity, including in the village of Gorefield. There's nothing to demonstrate why this particular site needs to have a dwelling built on it. I think, as sort of set out in the report, it's not considered that there's any agricultural justification in this scenario.
No.
Can I just kind of point at that, echo some of what David's just said, and as always, members have heard me say this quite a lot, we need to take into account the information that we have at hand as submitted as part of the formal application, and, the weight that we can give that should be greater than things that are just raised ad hoc, and as David just explained, 90% of what we've just heard is not in the design aspects of the planning statement or any of the supporting documents, and therefore, members should give that the weight that it should be accredited through the planning system. Thank you.
Yeah. I do concur what officers have just said, to be fair. I think the application's been in some 2 or 3 months, and then we're subjected to an email a day before, and worse than us being subjected to it, officers have been subjected to it, and they can't obviously comment, look into what's been said yesterday afternoon. So to me, it's an incomplete application for a start. So unfortunately, where we pass buildings that associate with farming when there's livestock or someone needs to be there 24 hours a day, this committee has got a habit of doing that. Being just an agricultural hay, wheat or sugar beet, whatever, it doesn't make too much difference if you're there 10 minutes late for the 2 miles you've got to travel. So I don't think possibly, and although I'm going to listen to what everybody else says, I don't think there is the same need for this building as if it had livestock or whatever, where it is 24/7 and some security on site. So that's where I sit with it. But Councillor Benny, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I sort of agree with you. I mean, we've had plenty of other agricultural sites come in, and usually it's because the father wants to retire to a bungalow and the son's taking the house over because he's taking the farm over, but he's still on the farm. And we've also had it if there's an application that is connected to the farm, because very often the father wants to stay on and be a consultant, for want of a better word, to advise the son on how to run the farm. We've had agricultural surveys that have come before us, haven't we, which gives quite a detail of how the business, financial things to do with the business, and also the needs of farming that are there, which comes with that. And I don't see any of that in this pack, which if it did, that would make the difference to it.
That's what I intimated in my submission. Anybody else want to? Councillor Marks.
Sorry, a question for officers. Just looking here of site planning history. In 2018, 2 dwellings were refused on site. Is this from the same applicant?
My recollection is that yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay. So, are we all done with the debate? Yeah? Nobody else got to say anything about the debate? Okay, I think we've done it. Officers, have you got anything to say? No? Okay, so I'm looking for a proposal on this. I'd like to invite members to go with officers' recommendation to recommend refusal of this planning permission on this application. So to refuse this application, to go with officers to refuse this application. Have I got a proposer? Councillor Marks. Okay, Councillor Marks is proposing it. Councillor French is seconding it. To go with officer recommendation to refuse this application. Can I have a show of hands on that proposal, please? Thank you very much, members. That application has been refused. And that concludes business today. Today at, it's nearly along, 6:45, and the next meeting will be on March the 25th, 2025. So thank you, members. It's been a long afternoon, but thank you very much for your participation.